5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. Was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew running round in a Benzo. I'll be in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No? They know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับสองอย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem.
Looking to make life as difficult as possible. Here's Gustus, tried to stab one. Slightly towards goal. Took a Footscray touch, but they've made a more positive start out of the two sides. South Melbourne just looking to find their footing. Hancock's in quickly. Tidy bit of footwork from Ibrahim. Shifted it wonderfully on the switch, opened up momentarily. And that is how quickly it can turn. A Footscray foray forward. They were hit on a South Melbourne break. Was nearly our opening goal, Ali Mohammed, dragging his shot just wide of the far post. Hancock's. Can Footscray now try and find an opening. That's a wonderful takedown by Vidal. Just couldn't quite shift it around the corner for Barrientos. Gustus tried to tease one in towards Vidal, who'd continued his run into the channel. But instead it'll just trickle out of play. This is the first of 4 games tonight, 2 in the championship, 2 in the women's. Both of tangible importance, specifically towards the top end. Gustus with an important interception, only as far as Mohammed. Toma into the feet of Ibrahim. Mohammed to have another go. Took a touch, will be South Melbourne's first corner. They are starting to turn the screw to look for an opening goal. Ibrahim quickly on for Mohammed. Hancock's with the block. Came all the way back for Mohammed, twisting and turning. Zacharias was firing. Ibrahim miskicked it. Mohammed was there. But he just couldn't turn it the long way around and into the back of the net. Jan Kolowski got his angles right on that occasion. And that is a lovely, lovely ball. Vidal tried to go face to face with Ibrahim. But in the end he was ushered. He took a tumble. And Ibrahim happy to watch it trickle out of play. South Melbourne have done a lot of making up this season. They've closed what at one point was an 8-point gap at the top of the tree, all the way down to within 1. As they look to find themselves in the top flight next season. It's been a very, very exciting side. that has really lit up the championship at times. They've played some lovely futsal. And they're in with another opportunity. Save. Thomas follow in. Jan Kolowski not once but twice to the rescue. Concedes another corner. But South Melbourne right now are running riot, and Footscray are just about hanging in there. Ibrahim quickly for Zacharias, got it back. Important, very important block made by Gustus. But they just cannot get out at the moment. Pegged in. Gustus again in the way. Vidal dropping deep to try and mop it up. Hancock's happy to drop it. Gustus. Hancock's beyond Toma down the line. Lovely 1-2. Hancock's going all the way. Two tried to crowd him out. They couldn't keep it in. But that is how quickly it can change. Footscray flowed into life on the break. And they nearly had an opportunity open up. It was good backtracking. First from Toma, who had the ball played beyond him. It was joined well by Mohamed and Ibrahim too, as they just crowded out. There was a white wall between a sea of green. And it got the job done. Hancock's, that's a lovely ball. Barrientos tried the return. Recycled all the way out for Gustus. A slide in and a late one by Ibrahim. And it will present Footscray with a free kick. Thought Gustus was going to pull the trigger. Made a searching lunge. Presents them with an opportunity to lay siege. Him and Vidal just holding court. Jan Kolowski has also gone on an adventure. In fact, it will be the keeper to strike it. That's a good parry by Montfroy. Tried to allow Ibrahim to go on the break, but Gustus quickly across to make a thumping challenge and win it back in some really terrific fashion. Quickly on, Barrientos round the corner for Hancock's. It's very happy to take their time. Gustus, again not beyond Ibrahim, who just stood in his way. Was there to make sure. Footscray brimming with confidence, of course. They beat Northcote 4-2. Last time out in a game that was topsy-turvy, but Toma! Nearly landed South Melbourne with an opener and nearly turned some Footscray positivity into frowns. Gustus's ball searching. But Stoyanovski couldn't keep it in. As for South Melbourne, last time they were in action, they got a statement win. The reason they are as close as they were confident, in control, and in the end made a 3-0 win against Western City look rather comfortable. It's been a real surge for them in this part of the season in particular. Hancock's tried to clip it round the corner. Gustus lost out to Zacharias. Toma quickly on for Ibrahim. Tried a quick 1-2, picked off by Vidal. Aurelian Vidal moved it on wonderfully well. And a rolling foul just as the counter-attack was looking to take shape. Quickly slown up. South Melbourne, though, haven't lost since the start of June. So in well over a month when they were beaten by Northern Phoenix on a night which looked to have severely dented their hopes at an automatic promotion place. But that 3-0 win against Western City has well and truly reignited a lot of Southside belief. But here is Gustus driving on, two stopped him. Zacharias now has got away from Vidal, but his touch is too heavy, he's tried to clip it. Ran out of room for it to come to anything tangible, had it found the back of the net. But a bit of Footscray pressure all of a sudden once again was nearly South Melbourne smash and grab. Toma with a good read. Ibrahim has him going alongside Toma, and it's a brilliant save. fired into Jan Karlowski again. A good few minutes for South Melbourne, who are surging forward. White wave on white wave. And at the moment, Footscray are just about floating over the top. South side corner. Toma. Zacharias did well. Toma. All the way home for Mohammed. Footscray going well on the press. Mohammed tried to get away from Vidal, invited Gustas in to win it back. But hold it up. Vidal shifted it on quickly for Track. Couldn't quite fire it. Towards a position of danger, it just soared over the top. The shot opened up momentarily, and when you've been under pressure, you might as well take your chances. The results in just this. Zacharias, Toma, Gustas in the way to make the block. Game has just slowed down. It got off to a frantic start. Toma. Zacharias back for Toma. All the way out for Mohammed. Can they work themselves an opening? Mohammed. Down the line for Zacharias again. Stoyanovski in at his back, trying to tease one for Toma. Gustas there to mop it up. Quickly on for Track. Vidal. Footscray happy to slow it down, sliding it through. Vidal's gone beyond them all. That is a superb save from Montfroy at a critical moment. Made himself big, and now Toma is on the break. Badani is up with him, and Stoyanovski got all the way back, sprinted back to get in the way. As South Melbourne just had it open up for them again on the break. Brilliant save from Montfroy, started it all. Zacharias. Mohammed. Toma had just gone beyond him. Gustas tracked him well. He then had to return all the way back for Montfroy. Zacharias. Tried to go down the line for Badani. It was just a fraction too heavy. Vidal has given it away. Toma with an opening. Gustas with an all-important block. As Toma was just about to rattle it towards goal. Zacharias did the same. And Jan Karlowski got a solid enough touch on it to divert it away from danger. Toma on for Mohammed. Zacharias tried to tease one again for Toma. Hancock's Footscray at the moment just need to find a rhythm. Track, hustle by Toma. Hancock's, that's a lovely turn away from Mohammed. Hancock's might have an open up for him to go alone. Zacharias came across to make the block. Track. Quickly on for Vidal. Footscray trying to find an opening. Stoyanovski, it was just behind him. With the possession being so limited and South Melbourne having put them under the pump, chances weren't coming thick and fast, but an all-important block made by Mohammed in recovery. Stoyanovski was storming away. Footscray corner, and their turn to apply a bit of pressure. Vidal got away from Badani. Worked it on well for Track. Shifted it inside. Sat one, sat two, and fired it over. Nearly something superb. It was so very nearly a terrific track goal. Shifted away from 2, but his effort just had too much loft. South Melbourne just about saw it out. Toma. Hancock's was so hot on the press. Zacharias. Toma tried to clip it back for him, but they just run out of room. And all of a sudden, Vidal is free all on his own. Zacharias quickly across. Track just dropping off. Footscray want timeout. Track. Beautiful ball. Vidal is in behind. His touch lovely. Montfray quickly off his line to make himself big. And the second attempt also had him there to shut it down. Footscray, having just had an opening and just had a look to get themselves the opening goal, will call time out. As a frantic and frenetic start sees the deadlock still unbroken. It's Footscray 0, South Melbourne 0.
It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma, hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you, I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. I'm riding around in a benzo. Ready I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent.
We return from timeout. Footscray with a huge opportunity just prior to it to land this game's opening goal. Another one just there. Montfray parried it. Toma the first one up. Bajo sat down too. That's a wonderful run. Beautiful ball to Badani. Couldn't get it around. And Hancock's in the way, had to be in the way. Happy to clear his lines, but that was so important. Bajo was running in, ready to fire. Track might be able to lead a Footscray foray the other way. Mohammed was sat down. It's switched for Vidal. He's got Toma for company. Stoyanovski, lovely switch. Hancock's comes onto it. His effort fired high and wide with pace, but not with precision. Montfrey's loft, looking for Bardo. Lovely win by Badani, who's going beyond them all. Badani tried to go through the legs. He might pick the second up. Vidal with a super block. And now Stoyanovski can go the other way. Vidal is with him. He tried to go left then right. Knocked it beyond Mohammed, but then took a slip. Here is Mohammed. Bajo. Just drifting in wonderfully. This is an amazing run from Bajo. Required Hancock's in to make the challenge. Quickly on for Toma. Rattles it into Barrientos, who's there to make the block. Footscray holding firm. In a first half that so far has been an arm wrestle. We're inside the final 10 minutes. Neither side yet to blink in what is an important game in the promotion push for both. Worth mentioning, a Footscray win takes them momentarily above Phoenix and only within 4 points of Thornbury. Badani is looking to make that harder. Toma tried to twist one. Bajo couldn't take it down. Stoyanovski can now go on the break. Track was there alongside to help him. Track has picked it up. Has sat them all down, and Badani in the right place to concede a corner, but it could have been a lot worse for South Melbourne. Footscray with a chance to land an opening goal. Track all the way for Hancock's, who's unmarked. Montfroy quickly off his line, got his angles right and made the save. Track tried to twist one. Badani, who is now gallivanting forward. Toma is up with him. They tried a quick 1-2. Wonderfully read by Barrientos. Now Hancock's can go the other way. Stoyanovski. Hancock's twisting and turning, and Mohamed there to make the block. Out only as far as Track. Hancock's continued. Stoyanovski took over. Sat one down. Montfroy got his angles right the first time and the second. That is a brilliant double save. Super goalkeeping to keep the scores level just about. Toma. Bajo. Sized up Track. Went all the way home to Mohamed. Toma. Bajo has a yard and lashes South Melbourne ahead. It's a piercing hit. A sizzling. With 5 to go until half time. The side who are going for top spot, are going for automatic promotion, have the lead, and Montfroy is there to preserve it. Hancock's moved it on for Barrientos. Gustus went through the legs of Badani, but Montfroy got his angles right and made that look rather easy. Toma. Away from Hancock's. Barrientos' touch gets it onto Bajo. Super switch for Badani. Wanted to spear it for Toma, but Gustus in the way. Footscray giving up a rolling foul. And South Melbourne, inside the final 5 minutes, have a chance to double their lead. Toma. Turned away from Barrientos. Down the line for Badani. Bajo. Toma. Teasing ball for Mohamed. Hancock's in the right way at the right time. Gustus. Kept his cool wonderfully well. Hancock's just waited for that angle for Barrientos, who went the return. Montfroy's come the long way. Nearly made a meal of it. Hancock's did superbly to win a corner. But Montfroy nearly had a moment of madness. Footscray corner. Hancock's quickly tried to turn it in. Mohamed there in the way to make the block. And as it stands, South Melbourne go to the summit. Footscray trying to change that. Gustus all the way about for Jankalovski, who just didn't quite catch it as sweetly as he would have liked to. Toma, who's been instrumental. That's a searching ball for Mohamed, who made his run wonderfully. Skipped inside of 2. Toma then took it back. Mohamed all the way back for Bajo. Thought about the shot momentarily. Hancock's closed him down. Barrientos there to cut his ball out. And it just means that South have to reset once again. Bajo. Vidal hot on the press and there to make the challenge. Bajo, searching ball for Mohamed, trying to spear it out to him. Just had too much loft on it. And it means the Footscray, with a matter of minutes to go, have got opportunities to try and land themselves a leveller before half time, but they can't waste them like they did just then. Bajo. Vidal again. So hot on the press. Bajo recycles it for Toma. Tried to fizz one down the line for Ibrahim. But it's just too inside of him. Wanted to make a run, Ibrahim wanted it to feet. Jankalovski on for Gustus. Just waiting on his run as Vidal dropped off for him. Bajo came to confront him. Vidal away from Mohamed. Ibrahim slid in. Final minutes of half time. South Melbourne just wanting to shut up shop. Footscray wanting to find something to draw parity for the second period. Jan Kolowski, Barrientos did brilliantly. Just behind Vidal. Ibrahim then able to steal in. Mohamed skipped his way beyond two. Or can South Melbourne maybe land a second? Mohamed fisted for Ibrahim. Jan Kolowski was brave and he did brilliantly. Moved it on for Barrientos. If they want to level up, they've got to go. Given away to Toma, who has got seconds ticking down. Gustus with a huge challenge, and all of a sudden it's 3-on-1. Gustus, Vidal, brilliant save. Brilliant save by Montfroy. That might have been Footscray's moment. 3-on-1, track arriving. Vidal went alone, Montfroy valiant, and he made a super save. Series of Footscray corners. Vidal. In the book for maybe a couple of words said, but half-time will beat any other opportunity for either team to conjure in what has truly been a cagey, sometimes free-flowing, but true arm wrestle of a contest so far. South Melbourne took their chance and Footscray didn't. Half-time in Darabin. It's Footscray 0, South Melbourne 1.
The most important quality in a futsal play, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia, there are good players, so they have to work hard and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
We return from half-time. South Melbourne at the moment are headed for the top of the table and more importantly are headed for the automatic promotion place. It is well and truly that stage of the season. The run-in is here, it is now, and it is hotter than ever. South look like they're sprinting towards the finish line. Footscray will hold that momentum. They will need at least two in this second half to keep a promotion push of their own alive. They're not miles away from the playoffs, but tonight is a night in which they have to win just to keep that momentum moving. Ibrahim did well. Zacharias tried to tease it in for Mohamed. Chirac picked it up. Gustus now could go on a drive. Mohamed quickly back in shape to slow him down. Gustus waiting on his options. Switch for Stoyanovski. Tried to loft one over the top for Chirac. Ibrahim in retreat. Had it hit his arm and will go in the book for good measure. Game second ticket. Barho also was shown a yellow before half-time, and in the early knockings of the second half, Ibrahim is in the book. He'll have to be careful to go until half-time. He's on a tightrope. And it gives Footscray an opportunity to besiege the South Melbourne goal. It will be Vidal to drive one. Mohammed and then Montfroy both got in the way at the expense of a Footscray corner and the second half's first corner. Track to take. Vidal. Shifted away from Toma. Mohammed with an all-important block. On for Ibrahim. Mohammed tried to tease it for Toma. Gustus got in well. Track. Vidal. Twisting and turning and trying to stab it for Stoyanovski. Ibrahim came away with it and is surrounded by green. Somehow Ibrahim got around all of them and is ball to Mohammed and was marginally behind him. Gustus. Mohammed just watching him all the way. Switched it for Track. Waited for Stoyanovski to make a move, didn't quite oblige him, and now Ibrahim is there to try and apply some pressure. Zacharias quickly, Mohammed couldn't flick on, Gustus got it over him. Ibrahim then losing out, Stoyanovski can lead the break. Options left and right, Gustus is one of them, that's a super block. Brilliant, brilliant block. Zacharias slid in and got a touch at the most crucial moment at the expense of a corner. Gustus on for Vidal. Footscray throwing it all at it. Gustus with loft. Montfroy super save. Strong palm to push away for a corner. Footscray are starting the brighter, are turning the screw. Vidal. Had Toma and Zacharias around him, he kept it. Track. Turning brilliantly. Track has lashed them level. A smart swivel and a super finish. Game that was an arm wrestle in the first half, divided by a moment of Barho brilliance, has its equaliser. Track in turn, ever so terrific. Can it galvanise Footscray for what would be a season-defining win? Track is at it again. Zacharias winning it this time. Hancock's on the return, did well. Track options left and right. Super ball, Hancock's, Montfroy, brilliant save. Vidal was first on the scene, let it trickle out. Track wanted the quick ball. Speared it for Gustus. Hancock's just turning his way out of trouble. Moved it on to Vidal, who invited Mohammed before winning it back. Hancock's got it back from Track. Nearly had it opened up. Shifted away from Toma. Tried to stab it. Mohammed and Montfroy made a meal of it. Toma thumped it away. Vidal lost out to Ibrahim, and now Mohammed on the break. Gustus sliding in, didn't get enough of it. Zacharias was lurking. Jan Kolowski did well. Track is now charging down the touchline into the waiting arms of Montfroy. Moved it on for Zacharias. Tried to go round then through Gustus, who made the challenge stick. This game has gone up a gear. For what was a tight and tense first half, the second has been smashed open in a matter of minutes. Both sides now wanting to land the way into the lead. Ibrahim, not beyond Barrientos. Hancock's, who lost out to Ibrahim, who is on a yellow. He's got to be careful with a challenge like that. And Jan Kolowski is also just going to have a talking to. Perhaps the referee telling him just to settle down a bit. But Hancock's held up when he was looking to drive his way forward. Jan Kolowski in the bookie. Now has a free kick to make up for it. Lovely ball into Barrientos. Vidal trying to twist and turn away from Toma and Zacharias. Recycled it for Gustus, who got away from Mohamed. Gustus, Vidal, who's stolen a yard. Checked his way back in and was then forced all the way back to Hancock's. Barrientos. Vidal! Toma in the way to make the block, and Montfroy first on the scene to gather it. In fact, we might just have to have a halt. Badani is down. It looks like he wore a rather nasty one. But he's clutching towards that knee, which is never a good sign. We're hoping it's just an after effect. Might be some tightness or stiffness to start the second half. He seems okay. South Melbourne just wanted to check on him, and Vidal obliges in giving it back to them. Mohamed on for Zacharias, who gave it back to his skipper. Got away from Barrientos. Hancock's came absolutely harrowing across. And was adjudged to have gotten the last touch. Mohamed into Zacharias, Barrientos, and Hancock's there to make the block. At the expense of a South Melbourne corner. Taken quickly towards Badani. Hancock's there to cut it out. Fizzed it into Vidal, who had Toma at his back. Mohamed there to join the press. Jan Kolowski whipped it only as far as Zacharias, who's not on for Mohamed, who took it on the turn. Snapshot half chance nearly was sensational. Jan Kolowski happy to see it soar over. Hancock's lovely ball. Gustus has got all on his own. That is wonderful, and he couldn't turn it in. How on earth couldn't he turn it in? Gustus with a moment of genius momentarily. And then a moment he'd like to have back. Hancock's has taken it off Toma, but not gone round Zacharias. Tried to search one for Toma. Barrientos picked it up. Shifted away from Badani, who had to hold him up and foul him. Footscray have started this second half firing on all cylinders. South Melbourne just sitting in, trying to ride out this wave. Gustus' free kick, he drills it. But Badani does his job, the wall in the way. Happy to give up a side ball. Jan Kolowski. Oh, lovely touch for Barrientos. Super save by Montfroy. The first time, then the second. Footscray shouts for handball, waved away. Tried to loft it for Zacharias. Mohamed in ahead of Stoyanovski, who was in firmly enough without fouling Mohamed. Gustus. Stoyanovski stole a yard. Barrientos! That's a super save again by Montfroy. Gustus with a terrific ball. Vidal. Jan Kolowski off the post! Nearly sensational. Vidal, Stoyanovski, Mohamed in the way. Badani now the other way. Shifted it beyond Gustus. Jan Kolowski all the way out to close it down. He nearly scored a screamer. Moved it on for Barrientos. Vidal, but Montfroy, the first one to make it theirs. Toma, that's a super ball. Badani round the back. Jan Kolowski with the challenge. His ball cut out by Toma. And Vidal made it count as South Melbourne want timeout. South Melbourne may need timeout. Footscray have flown out of the blocks to start this second half. They got themselves a leveller and they are starting to turn the screw. South Melbourne all of a sudden sitting in as we go to timeout. It's Footscray 1, South Melbourne 1. We have returned from timeout. 12.5 minutes for both of these sides to make some serious steps in their season. Who wants to go and win it? Mohammed tried to work it in towards Toma. Gustus cut it out, but could only clear it all the way back to Montfroy. Anywhere would do as South Melbourne looking to put the pressure back on. Badani, Toma. Barrientos at his back, Toma not around him. Barrientos now might be able to lead the break. Had options left and right, but his ball for Vidal was too heavy. You can hear Footscray wanting to press South Melbourne high, not allow them any spaces. Toma tried to fire one into Mohammed, it was too heavy. Barrientos, Stoyanovski. Trying to go beyond Zacharias. Stoyanovski's done superbly to keep that. Gustus waited on his runners. Oh, that's a beauty of a ball. Barrientos couldn't clip it back. Zacharias in the right place at the right time. Now might be able to lead the break. Tipped it for Mohammed. That was nearly sensational. Jan Karlovsky with a brilliant save at an all-important moment. Concedes a South Melbourne corner, but preserves parity. Badani's effort. Whipped well wide. Jan Karlovsky tried to spear it for Barrientos. But it will once again just trickle out of play. Both sides understand how important this final phase is. Not just for tonight, but for their seasons. Track tried to pick it up. Barrientos, who took a tumble, is now been shifted away from by Toma. Track tried to cover it. Mohammed is in and rattles the side netting. Vidal just knocked it beyond Badani. Gustus. Track just peeled off right. Barrientos went left. He went Barrientos down the line for Vidal. Quick 1-2, Vidal made it work. Lovely ball for Track, who nearly had a yard. Tried to roll it back, Vidal made it work. Track back for Aurelian Vidal, who tried to go around Badani, who clipped him. And with 10 minutes to go, Footscray have a free kick in a position of promise. Montfroy setting his wall. Track in there. Jan Karlovsky rattled it in. Montfroy stood firm. Ricocheted out to Vidal. And in fact, that has really taken it out of Montfroy. Jan Karlovsky smashed that. And it seems to have, at the very least, taken the wind out of his opposite number. Seems back on his feet now. Main thing is, he looks all right. It might have just been him being winded. Jan Karlovsky hit that with venom. And Vidal will resume battle. Barrientos tried a quick 1-2. Vidal bundled Zacharias off it and won himself a corner. Now he's given Footscray an opportunity. Gustus worked it well back for Vidal, but it is not around Barho. Final championship edition of the night is Northern Phoenix and Western City. A huge game, once again at the top end of the table. If Phoenix win, they are well and truly in with a chance of a promotion playoff place. For Western City, as it stands, a win would take them clearer at the top. South Melbourne have accumulated 5 fouls, so they are on a tightrope. Maybe, just maybe, does this open it up for Footscray. Vidal. Barho there to make the block. Moved it on for Toma, who's around Barrientos and Vidal. Toma wanted to go beyond them all. Track made the challenge. Barrientos on for Vidal. Gustus. Barrientos shifted wonderfully. Zacharias again in the right place to make the block at the expense of a corner. Footscray throwing everything they have at it. Can they find themselves a goal that would put them ahead? Vidal's ball just behind Barrientos. Toma can now take it away. Options were arriving left and right. He gave Gustus too much of an in. Tried to work it back for Vidal. Toma did supremely well. And that is a super ball from Montfroy. Zacharias on for Mohammed. Just waited on his options. Toma went round the outside, then took it off him. Mohammed took it back up and drilled it. Low but wide. Might have dragged it as he went to strike. Jan Karlovsky with loft. Hancock's flick on. Only into the hands of Montfroy. Zacharias switched it for Toma to drill one. Brilliant save. Super touch from Jan Karlovsky to turn it over. It will be a South Melbourne corner. With time ticking down, you feel like the next one might be all important. Barho couldn't apply the same touch he did in the first half on this occasion. Jan Karlovsky speared it for Gustus, who nearly, ever so nearly, worked that round the corner for Stoyanovsky. Ali Mohammed in retreat, making a very good clearance. Track, Gustus, face to face with Barho. Zacharias came to help him out. South Melbourne were momentarily 2-on-1. Zacharias for the return. Track's had a slip and then has played it off Barho brilliantly. Jan Karlovsky wanted Stoyanovsky. Toma with the first challenge. Barho did brilliantly. Mohammed, Zacharias, Barho. Stoyanovsky shoved him, bundled him over. Barho and South Melbourne in a hurry. Toma. Zacharias. Hancock's just about got enough on that. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to find a winner. And you feel and you sense that there is so much more drama still in this game. Barho trying to find Mohammed. Jan Karlovsky got a punch to find Hancock, who clipped it out of Zacharias. On for Track. Wanted to work it for Gustus down the line, but he hadn't advanced quite as far as he would have liked. Mohammed tried to switch it. Hancock's cut it out. Hancock's wanted to find Stoyanovski. It comes all the way out for Gustus, who's got around Barho, then sat him down, twisting and turning terrifically. That's a brilliant block, Mohammed. Ali Mohammed again in the way. To just keep the door closed for the time being. Track. Into the feet of Stoyanovski. Barho in late. Now then. And Barho, who has already been booked in the first half, in the second. As a matter of fact, in the second, just waiting on it, he will have to walk. Barho sent off South Melbourne, now a man down. For essentially half of the time we have left. Second yellow, the first for dissent in the first half, the second for a clip. And it gives Footscray a golden opportunity. South Melbourne 6th. It's Footscray's opportunity to fire themselves ahead and fire themselves well and truly into the playoff picture. Gustus drills it, Montfroy makes the save the first time, and Gustus rattles the side netting on the second. My word, what a chance that is. Montfroy, Zacharias ran out of room. Stoyanovski's in a hurry. Footscray feel that this might be their opportunity, their moment to make the most of it. Stoyanovski down the line for track. All the way out for Hancock, who line one up. Montfroy tipped it away. That's a brilliant save down low. Was dipping devilishly and he got control of it. Hancock's with a loose touch. Jan Kolowski there to recycle it. Gustus skipped his way inside Toma, who did once and twice very well. Track, Stoyanovski. They still can't quite work an opening. Is that a South Melbourne let-off? Mohammed only as far as track. Zacharias did well to mop it up. He's gone beyond track. Zacharias stabbed it towards Toma. Jan Kolowski inventively for Stoyanovski. Track. Down the line for Gustus. Tried to work it back, but Toma got himself in the way, and Montfroy dived on it immediately. Looked for Mohammed, but Track cut it out. It's 3-on-1 for Footscray. Track for Hancock. Wanted to go right. Stoyanovski wanted it. Once again, is that their opportunity? Another golden chance goes begging. Track. Hancock's. Back for Track. Touches loose. Invited Mohammed in. Jan Kolowski kept it moving. Track. Gustus. Hancock's. Rolled it. Track fired it in! Footscray have turned it around. Maybe turn the promotion hunt on its head. South Melbourne have got a minute to save themselves. They're trying to walk it in. And Jan Kolowski jumps all over it. Flings it out for Gustus. Looking to hold it in the corner. Toma with a terrific challenge. But Footscray will just be ticking down the time. They will be counting the moments. Vidal had two around him. Again, just happy to see it trickle out and happy to see time trickle away. South Melbourne have not got long to save themselves. Time's ticking away, 5 and counting. They may have left it too late. They have left it too late. Footscray with a huge win. A massive 3 points in the context of their season. They are now only 4 points from the playoffs and from a late promotion lunge. South Melbourne miss a massive opportunity to go top. They will have to hope that Phoenix can do them a favour against Western City up next. But full time in the early one in Darabin. It's Footscray 2, South Melbourne 1.
I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. I'm riding round in a Benzo. Ready to I'll be in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect.
Our final championship instalment of the night is an all-important one. Western City, who may have been looking to reclaim top spot as it stood anyway, are now clear at the top. If they get even a point tonight, they have to avoid defeat. They can build a bit of a gap between them and South Melbourne, who was stunned by Footscray in the opener, but they have to beat a Phoenix side who have been well and truly revitalised and who are looking to make tonight's task as tricky as possible. Nini was nearly on the march. Newen gave it down the line for Nam Pham. Early opportunity for the side who are looking to make their immediate return to series futsal. Having been relegated at the end of 2024's final instalment, they are looking to bounce straight back and reclaim their place in the top flight. Nicola Kudus for Watson. Quick 1-2 down the line for Vu. Nicola Kudus, that's a brilliant ball. Little bit of a tussle, and Nam Pham can now take Western City the other way. Nicola Kudus slid in. Pham stayed with it all the way. Trint moved it on for Newen. He tried to go at Vu, but just ran out of room. That was a big, big opportunity for Northern Phoenix to get themselves an opening goal. A huge opportunity for Lucas Hogan, who was bearing down as well. Nam Pham on for Trint. Tried a 1-2, but Vu again across to cut it out. There's a real feeling tonight that Phoenix have to win to keep a serious promotion push going. Otherwise, Thornbury get a chance just to open up a gap. Nini. Newen on for Nam Pham. Trying to twist and turn his way beyond Vu once again. Nini picked it up once more. Drove into space. Hogan had to make the block. Vu then won it up. Nicola Kudus couldn't get it out of his feet to find Watson. Trin kept going and kept it in. Pham sat one down. That's a brilliant, brilliant save. Superb stop to just about keep this level. Nam Pham was bearing down, looking to smash in the opening goal. Hogan. Nicola Kudus could only find the palms of Jinghee. Newen on for Nam Pham, who's moved his way down the line wonderfully. Pham has cut it back as well. And Trin timed his run just a fraction too early. But Western City are working opportunities. Phoenix being pushed back. Hogan quickly switched it on for Vu. Nicola Kudus. Nam Pham slid in the first time and the second. Trin recycled it back to Nini. Trin once again. Newen. Nam Pham. Nini. They're working this wonderfully, Western City. Vu with a great cutout. Justin Lee was trying to maraud his way forward. Hogan's now gone lofted. Nicola Kudus! Lee with a super save and a super gather at the second attempt. Nini can now drive forward. Nam Pham just about got it out of his feet. But it just invites Watson in to make the challenge. Nini Namfam, who'd switched sides, has lost it out to Vu, who's flashed it wide. Phoenix's first real punch forward. Kutlawara moved it on to Nini. Now Justin Lee. Namfam. Shifting it left again is Pham. That's a brilliant save from Wade. And the follow in from Kutlawara. Couldn't quite turn it into the net, but Northern Phoenix at the moment are being pressed ever so back. Watson. Vu. Shifting inside, tried to drive it back towards Watson. Hogan nearly split it. Nikola Kudus made it work. Lee spilled it and had to concede the corner. Phoenix chance for some pressure. Nikola Kudus. Watson just not close enough to Hogan, and Kutliwala stole in wonderfully. Lee went long. Wade wonderfully claimed it. Watson shifted it beyond Namfam, took a touch. Will be a Phoenix corner. And with Western City having started this game so well, Phoenix are getting a chance of their own to apply some pressure. Hogan. Watson whipped it just wide. I mentioned how important tonight is for Phoenix. If they lose, they'll fall to 5th. Whereas a win not only keeps them 4th, but it bunches up that final playoff position. Puts them within 3 points of Thornbury. A point back above Footscray. In this all-important final sprint in to see who can land themselves a space in series futsal. They will have to go through the playoffs. They'll have to play one of few more Melbourne Aku. But both would relish their chances as Kutliwala couldn't get away from Hogan, who made a super challenge. City to possibly pull clear at the top. All the way out for Namfam, who rolled it, drilled it. Vu with the all-important touch. Nikola Kudus wanted to drive away, check back, quick 1-2 with Hogan before running out of room. Vu. Phoenix is trying to keep themselves ticking over. Watson. Nikola Kudus. Hogan. One from Nikola Kudus with loft, but not with too much accuracy. This game has settled into a rather nice rhythm. Western City really threw everything at Northern Phoenix in the early exchanges, but Phoenix now have just found some possession and are starting to create some chances. But Namfam with a super ball. Wade had to be alert and was. Got himself down low. And was able to knee it away. Namfam. Vu with a good challenge. Lee tried the return. And nearly it's trickled in. Andy Newen was almost first on the scene. Brilliant save by Wade, and it will be a corner. Pham got it from Lee and drilled it just over. And just like that, it can change. Wade on for Watson. Hogan. Nikola Kudus. For Vu, who's looked lively so far. Hogan. Speared it for Nikola Kudus. Phoenix just trying to shuffle Western City around. Watson is wanting to go beyond Newen. Wins a very, very deep side ball. Vu darted near post. Watson found him. Crowded out by all of them. That is a brilliant challenge by Andy Newen. Lee's leading the counter charge. Pham with him. Newman on the switch, drill back across. And Western City worked that well, but couldn't find the finishing touch at the back post. It was a piercing ball through Phoenix's defence, but Lee couldn't be on hand to turn it in. And a let off for Phoenix. Hogan with a super ball. Nikola Kudis took it down well. Newen retreating, got a touch in ahead of Watson. Phoenix are making a truly late promotion push. Their form as of recent has been absolutely superb. And it's made them the clear runners to try and challenge Thornbury for that final playoff spot. South Melbourne may be too far up the road at this point, but they will believe they are close to where they want to be. And taking it up to Western City tonight would just reaffirm those Phoenix proclamations, perhaps a prophecy they had for the second half of this season, to get themselves in and around the playoff mix. Nikola Kudis, Watson to whip one. He wasn't far away. In a game which has come and gone, momentum has been split and shared. Trin with a tidy challenge, all the way back for Nam Pham, who was hustled by Nikola Kudis too overzealously. Trin's free kick on for Nam Pham. That was dipping devilishly, and it wasn't far away from causing Harrison Wade a bit of distress. Once again, Wade rides out the Western City wave. And Cyril No, while trying to go forward, has taken a slip and a stumble. Neither side want this game to fall flat so far. Both just trying to make life as difficult for the other. Pham with a good win up. Hogan happy to recycle it. Nikola Kudis did superbly. No with a tidy touch towards Watson. Trin with the all-important header. Pham cleared his lines. Hogan all the way for Wade. Cyril No down the line. Nikola Kudis. Phoenix broke the press well. Watson with his back to it. All the way out for Hogan, a drill one. Lee spilled it and then bundled into Watson. Newen now leading the break. Pham one way, Trin the other. Nam Pham for Newen. Not around Cyril No. Nini on the recovery. Lovely ball into the feeder trim. Nam Pham just over. A rapid and wicked Western break. Northern Phoenix just about recovered southerly in time. Ten to go to half time. The deadlock still unbroken. Both of these teams trying and testing one another. Newen. Nini. Pham's dummy was smart, but Trin wasn't on the same wavelength, and it will just trickle out. In fact, it took a touch. Will be a Western City corner. Trin, Nam Pham, Nini, Newen. Nam Pham once again, twisting and turning his way inside. Shifting one way then another. Nini taken quickly. Trin gave it back for Nini. That's a brilliant effort. And he wasn't far away. Wade watched it over by a whisker. And once again, Phoenix with a bit of a let-off. Nose ball cut out by Nam Pham, who's hustled by Nikula Kudus. Nini took control. Nguyen now all on his own. Trin had gone too early. Vu picked it up, twisting and turning. Pham stayed with him all the way. That's a superb challenge. Just to slow up Julian Vu, who wanted to go. Hogan. Fano, who's giving it away to Nguyen. Pham. Brilliant ball. Nini cut it back for Trin. Shifted it on for Nam Pham, who tried to go down the line for Nguyen. But it was a touch too heavy. And Northern Phoenix may want a timeout. Hogan. Waiting on his options. Nam Pham came quickly to close. Nikula Kudus with a wonderfully weighted return. Hogan had it open up and what? Smashed it wide. Was not a million miles away. Thrashed it within an inch of the far post. First time Hogan's had a yard. Nam Pham moved it on. And then he tried to give it back for Trin. Western City wanting to work an opening. Justin Lee got it back fortuitously and fired it over. Wade, searching ball. Nikula Kudus did brilliantly. Just too heavy for Hogan, who was in a rush to get forward and provide him with that overlap. Northern Phoenix going very direct into their target. Nguyen down the line for Nini. Trin wanted it, but Vu made the cutout. Nini. Nguyen back with Nini. Moved on for Justin Lee. Now Trin tried to shift around. No, that's a super challenge again. Neither side have blinked so far. The closest either have come, only within an inch of the far post. No way to make the block. Nikula Kudus has Hogan one way. That's a super read by Lee. Nikula Kudus goes the other way this time for Vu to try and drive one. Nini made the block. Phoenix will let it trickle out and Phoenix will have timeout. And a chance to set up a serious set piece. Neither of these teams giving an inch. Neither of these teams wanting to budge. At our first timeout, it's Northern Phoenix 0. Western City 0.
To keep their perfect record alive, Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
We return from timeout. 5 minutes to half time. Neither team giving the other an inch. This is a good old-fashioned arm wrestle. Phoenix and Western City both wanting an opening, both wanting 3 points. Hogan trying to twist and turn his way beyond two. Nini and Trin took it off him. Nini's continued it with a stroke of fortune. Vu with a super challenge. Hogan kept it alive wonderfully. Nikola Kudis got lofty. Vu came the long way. And that is a brilliant clearance from Jinghe, who was alert to the danger and really roared himself off the line. Hogan tried to tease it towards Watson. Nini in the way. Nam Pham, Nguyen. Nini on for Lee. Nguyen did superbly to keep that alive. Lee, Nam Pham. Face to face with Hogan. Lee on the retreat. Nam Pham once again. Nini down the line. Nikola Kudis in with a challenge. Did superbly to win it back. Phoenix are just starting to win those battles. And are just starting to turn the tide of this half. Hogan. Nikola Kudis, lovely return. Hogan with a stab, it wasn't far away. Lucas Hogan with a yard, he let fly. It was a serious effort in Nini at the other end. The recipient of a simply lovely loft from Jinghe. He just couldn't quite turn it in. Maybe, just maybe, these two teams are starting to open up. Nikola Kudis. Hogan. Watson. Trying to wriggle away through Nguyen, through his legs. Nam Pham in recovery. Made the challenge and wore the foul. Lee, lovely ball. Nini with an even tidier return. Lee cutting inside and Hogan with him all the way to make another tidy block. Nini. Nam Pham. Shifted it beyond Nikola Kudis, who stopped him in his tracks and will go into the book. Tonight's first name, and Western City want a timeout by the looks of it. And they will get that timeout. They have a free kick in an ever so promising position in the final knockings of the first half, which has been tight and tense with opportunities at a premium. It is still Northern Phoenix 0, Western City 0.
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. You running around in a benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
We return from timeout on the stroke of half-time. Nam Pham standing over a free kick that could give City the lead. Rolled it on for Nguyen! Just wide! In fact, it took a touch. That is a terrific block. A terrific block for Phoenix to hang in there and for parity to be preserved. Nini. Nam Pham. Nam Pham! Couldn't quite fire it under the bar. Tidy ball. Watson's flick! Nearly sensational. But Jinghe with a super save. Watson half appealing for a foul and then half flicking it towards goal. And Watson again, just whipping it wide. Two nearly moments for Phoenix. Andy Newen. Can City get going the other way? Can they work an opening before half time? Nam Pham. Nini. Down the line for Andy Newen. Had Nam Pham on the switch and has found him superbly. As is the challenge by Julian Vu. That is excellent. Just there to shut the door and slow up any City surges. Nini. Andy Newen off the bar. Searing hit, and it's smashed into the woodwork. Both of these teams have had a nearly moment before the break. Watson. Hogan. Tried a lofty return. Newen read it well. Trying to twist and turn his way beyond Vu. Nam Pham nearly offered him some respite, but Vu with another super challenge. Andy Newen all the way back for Jinghe. Nam Pham. Newen. Time of the essence. If they want a goal, it might have to come now. Andy Newen not as far as Hogan, who makes an all-important challenge to end the first half. A tight, a tense, and a truly tantalising affair. Neither side could find a way through. The woodwork was rattled, the palms of the keepers were stung, but half-time in Darabin, we are as we started. Northern Phoenix 0, Western City 0.
You have to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal play, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that. We know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail. It's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard, and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
An all-important second half. Neither side could find a way through prior to half-time, but both will need to, for the sake of their seasons. Phoenix to close the gap, to reclaim fourth, and to make that promotion playoff spot just a little bit more tasty for Western City. Tonight, they could take a huge stride towards the title. They can generate some breathing room where before there was none. For a side who had an 8-point lead at one stage at the top of the tree this season. They are finding a way of winning gritty. Here's Nam Pham. Nicola Kudus for company. Switched it for Andy Newen. Newen on the return. That's a super save by Harrison Wade. Got down low and was happy to see out the danger. Nam Pham drilled it into Hogan. City wanting a quick start to this second half. Newen. Speared wide for Nam Pham. He's trying to wriggle away from Hogan, but can only find Harrison Wade's palms. And he's given Hogan a hot one. Nam Pham hot on the press and forcing him into a lofty clearance. And at the moment, City's high press are just making sure that Phoenix can't get out. That they can't spread their wings in this second half just yet. Trin down the line. Newen wanted a tidy return. Nam Pham made it work. Andy Newen. Into Doi Newen. Nam Pham again, who's been ever so important in this City title charge. Trin away from Watson. Vu did superbly. Phoenix block holding in place. It's a tower of turquoise ahead of City. Nicola Kudus back for Watson, whose touch was heavy just before he took the strike on. And it invited Trin's challenge just as he went to go and hit it. Hogan. Watson. Vu. Robbed of it by Nam Pham. Harrison Wade came a long way off his line, but he judged that to perfection, and he had to, because otherwise Nam Pham would have had a tap in. Trin. Nini. Nam Pham. Twisting and turning away from Hogan. Wanted to shift it right, then left, then recycled it. All the way for Newen. Decided to take it on. Hogan's block. Trin couldn't be the first one on the scene. Nicola Kudus with the challenge. They are just making life difficult at the moment at Northern Phoenix. Settling into a shape, and Western City right now are throwing everything at them to break it down. Nam Pham trying to go one way, then the other. Watson to make the challenge. Nini. Spearing ball. Newen on the turn. Wade save, brilliant. And Trin turned it over the bar. But they are starting to turn the screw. And are starting to figure Phoenix out when they go direct. Nam Pham. Nini. Not away from Watson. Nini. Tried to win it back. Nam Pham did win it back. Gave it to Newen, and Trin was arriving but couldn't turn it in. Super Futsal City just needed the finish. Trin just didn't time it as well as he wanted to. Nini did well. Nam Pham from range. They are getting ever closer. Northern Phoenix feeling the pressure. Nam Pham stabbed it only as far as Hogan, who has options left and right. Tried to spear it for Nicola Kudus. Nini read it. Newen's loose touch. Nini was there to make it work. Nam Pham with a lovely switch. Newen down the line. Trin had Vu at his back, and he tried to roll it through his legs for Nam Pham. Nicola Kudus had it deflect off him. Trin picked it up! And Wade, with a bit of fortune and a bit of a ricochet, is able to pick it up at the second time. Nicola Kudus, who was down, is back on his feet. Wanted the return for Hogan. Newen read it best. Nam Pham, it's 3-on-2. Trin was one way. Tried to work it back for Pham. That's a super block from Julian Vu. And he had to make it. Is that City's golden ticket to take the lead in this second half. Nam Pham, Nguyen, Nini, lovely 1-2. Nguyen with a tidy bit of footwork to get away from Watson. Hogan again, just doing enough to make the block. Vu tried to clip one inventively. Nguyen cut it out, moved it on to Trin, who skipped away from Vu. Nguyen, Nini, Nam Pham couldn't turn it in. Nguyen on the return, that's a brilliant save from Wade. Absolutely superb goalkeeping from the man in between the Phoenix sticks. Nguyen couldn't have got that volley sweeter. And Harrison Wade made a super save. No. Watson! Brilliant save. Jing Hee jumping across. Getting a solid pair of hands behind it to push it away from danger. Hogan. Vu. Trying to twist and turn. Nguyen cleared his lines. Nam Pham. Quick 1-2. Pham moved it on for Lee, who tried to go to the back post for Nini. But once again, Phoenix are just recovering and cutting the lanes at the right time. Hogan. And behind play, Nam Pham has fouled Cyril No. There was just enough contact. There was as much contact as there needed to be. And it presents Phoenix, who have been under the pump, with a free kick in a promising position. No, to drive it. Slipped as he hit it. And that steered it over. Justin Lee speared it into Nguyen. It was too hot for him to handle. But that is the sign that City are trying to quicken things up. That was speared into Nguyen's feet. And he just couldn't quite get it under. Hogan. Nam Pham. So ever so thought he'd won it back. Nikola Kudus keeps it. Here's Vu. Dancing away from Justin Lee. Shifting it left them right. Vu did superbly. And Justin Lee did terrifically to stay with him all the way and make the block. Out for Nikola Kudus, who lofted it over. Too much whip, too much height. These are chances Phoenix can ill afford to waste and to let go by. Because Western City have put them under the pump to start this second half. Nam Pham wanted to get it moving. Nini to try and drive one. No made the block. Nikola Kudus in the way at the second time. Shouts for handball, waved away. Clip round the corner. Nam Pham in recovery did superbly and then did even better to shield it and win a free kick. Nini. Lovely ball. Kutliwala. Back for Nam Pham. Kutliwala again. Nini. Western City wanting ever so desperately to work an opening. Kutliwala ran into a teal tower. No's come away with it. Hogan. Nikola Kudus 1-0 Phoenix. Smash and grab on the break. Nikola Kudus kept his cool, drilled it into the bottom corner. And Phoenix, who had been grounded under pressure, have spread their wings. Cyril No exemplifying that in ahead of Kutliwala. Nini. Nam Pham. How would the league look if it stayed like this? It'd be all so bunched up. Now Pham doesn't want it to stay that way. Harrison Wade in the way to make a super save. Lee, now Pham onto the left. Hogan with the block, shouts for handball. Nikola Kudus is in. Cyril those up with him. That is a golden chance for Phoenix to land a quick double. And Nikola Kudus has stayed down. That is not good. That is not good at all. We hope that isn't a dislocation. We hope it's a nasty landing, but from the way he was clutching at it, it looks like that might just have popped out momentarily. Nikola Kudus in a lot of pain over on the Phoenix bench, over on the Phoenix sideline. He's up against the wall, just clutching that shoulder in place. Justin Lee resuming things for Western City. Trin. Back for Lee. Face to face with Hogan. Tried to work it around the corner. Cyril No in superbly. Timed that to perfection. City searching for a leveller. Lee to try and drill one. Hogan happy to make the block. Trin's turn. Cleared away by Watson. Vu picks it up. Trin with a super challenge. Nam Pham. Nguyen. Has two around him. Worked it back for Nam Pham. Speared it for Justin Lee. Down the line, Pham continued his run. Cyril No again with a superb challenge. And did even better to win it back. Wade into Watson. Phoenix continuing route one. Watson acting as target as Nikola Kudus is off injured. Hogan. Cyril No. Hogan. That's a wonderful take from Watson. Nearly got a stroke of luck to find Vu. Nam Pham can lead the break. Face to face with Cyril No. Pham shifted left and right, no stood his ground. And now Phoenix might have an opportunity with 2-on-2. Hogan to stab one. Jing He made a brilliant save. And what seemed like an entire half, City have now got 10 minutes to save themselves. Justin Lee. Nguyen. Tidy ball into Trin. Recycled all the way out for Lee. Now Nam Pham. Cutting inside and Wade with another top save down low. Pushed it away at the expense of a corner. And Western City will call timeout. We wondered when, we wondered if it would come. Chasing the game, a goal down to Phoenix. Western City are going to use this timeout to see how they can land a leveller from that corner. As we go to timeout, it's Northern Phoenix 1, Western City 0. We return from timeout. Northern Phoenix, a goal up. Western City going fifth man. Nam Pham's got the flag. This is their chance to land the leveller. Nini. Nam Pham involved immediately. Nguyen. Nini. Cyril no on Arsenal. Nam Pham. Phoenix looking to box out. Nguyen. Down the line for Trin. Nguyen got it back. They are making some serious ground, but City pushed all the way back. Nam Pham now's got a yard. Nguyen once more. Nini. Just taking their time trying to draw Phoenix out. Cyril no stepped on. And it turned to be a good decision. He stepped correct. Wade went long. Nini in the way to cut it out. Inside the final 10 minutes. Phoenix are not far away from one of the more smash and grab wins of their season. But it may be the most important if they can hang on. Nini. Western City willing to throw the kitchen sink at it early. They know what 3 points means for their promotion and their title bid. A real hush in this place. As Phoenix are just looking to sit in and hang on. Western City going fifth. Andy Nguyen forced Wade to get a palm. Cyril no in too late. And in fact, he was pulled back before that challenge. Phoenix with a let-off. Hogan wanted Watson, but it was far too lofty, far too heavy. And once more, Nam Pham steps on. Western City right now. Throwing it all at them. Nini. Here is Nam Pham. Quick 1-2. Lovely ball. Trin. Nguyen. Cyril no in the way. Trin alive. Nguyen off the bounce. 1-1. City have found a way. Nguyen in the right place at the right time with the coolest touch. Western City level. And now, only one away from a win that would see them, but Cyril no has drifted his shot wide. What an opportunity for Phoenix to re-establish that lead as quickly as they lost it. Now it's City's turn. Nguyen who just levelled it. Andy Nguyen has turned it around. In City, who was searching for answers, are now soaring to heights as Phoenix wings falter. 2 in a minute means as we go to timeout, it's Northern Phoenix 1, Western City 2.
When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds. And look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับ2อย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
We are back from timeout in what was either a terrific or a tumultuous minute. depending on where your loyalties lie, Phoenix are in control. A goal up and looking lively on the break. They have now had it flipped on their heads. 2 quick Western City goals. Dewey Newen, Andy Newen sees the league leaders now in control, but Watson and Nikola Kudis are trying to spin that around. Vu on the return. Nikola Kudis couldn't find Watson. Newen picked it off. Went on a tidy turn. Nini took over. Hogan hot on the press. His stab only as far as Vu, who shifted it away from Trin. Vu tried to go there. Nini with an all-important block as Hogan was lurking. And Justin Lee happy to hook it away. My word, what a game we've got. Vu tried to turn away from Nam Pham. Watson won in. Nini then stuck it out. Pham could be in. Watson slid in. And to much Northern Phoenix protest, it will be a Western City free kick. And there may be a card coming here. Nini's free kick. Stabbed it. Watson in the way. Nikola Kudis picked it up. Tried to clip one in towards. He was hoping either Vu or Watson to make that run. Nobody obliged him. Nini. Lovely take by Newen. Tried to shift it around Hogan, who got in to make the challenge. Vu. You can feel the urgency in this building. Nikola Kudis. Hogan tried to stab it. Nam Pham in the way. Vu. Watson. Nam Pham happy to wear one. Happy to make the block. Time is ticking away and Phoenix are now the ones who need an answer. Can Watson provide it? Nam Pham on the block. Got it back from Justin Lee, who's going to oblige him with a run, you know. Lee might as well get there and just roll his effort wide. But you feel as though that may be their way out. If Western City want to ice the game, if they want a third, they will have to go as direct on the counter as possible. Hogan. Couldn't fit it into Watson. Nini played it off him smartly. Nini. Nikola Kudis, that's a super read. Beautifully judged. Wade on for Vu. Nam Pham's challenge superb. Options left and right. Nam Pham for Newen. Back for Nam Pham. Took a roll. Vu held him up and fouled him. Nam Pham's free kick. One more might be that. Rolled it into Newen, who gave it away. Vu with a sharp bit of footwork. Pham slid in. And before anything is said to Nam Pham, something will be said to the Phoenix coaching staff, and Nam Pham will go in the book, and Western City will have 5 fouls. My word, what a sequence. Watson switched it for Vu. They've gone 5th Phoenix. This is dangerous. Lost out. Trin could seal it. He's rolled it wide. That was a massive Western City 3 points right there. And still, somehow, there are embers. They couldn't rise from them, could they? Cyril, no. Nikola Kudis. Hogan's ball for Watson, out of room. Nini tried to wait on his runners. Trin. Nini down the line for Newen. Lovely footwork to get around Watson. Nikola Kudis there to cut out. Nini just trickling the time down as we enter the final minute. City have it right where they want it. Watson with a read. Newen kept it alive. All the way back for Nam Pham. Hogan hot on the press, but they cannot win it back. Nam Pham looks long. Nini getting into Cyril, no. Wait, wanted Hogan. Trin wanted up. Half a minute for Phoenix to find an answer. Hogan, Watson, no. Hogan, Nikola Kudis, Western City boxing, fifth is out. Trin timed his slide well. It's now or never for Northern Phoenix. The whistle will beat them, and Western City with a huge 3 points. They will hang on, having done it the hard way. Going one down on the break. Nearly two, Phoenix could have iced it. But Western City kept themselves alive. Doi Nguyen the first, Andy Nguyen the second, means that they are top of the tree, and now they are able to look towards building some breathing room between themselves and South Melbourne. For Northern Phoenix, this was a huge chance to gain ground on Thornbury, but it will be a night of what ifs and that familiar pain of nearly but not quite. Full time in Darabin, Northern Phoenix 1, Western City 2.
ในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a benzo. Ready I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day it's good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. think there are good level here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับสองอย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home.
To women's, welcome to a doubleheader tonight. We're used to the foursome edition, the Fab Four we call them on a Sunday, but tonight we only have two. This evening's opening instalment, Northern Phoenix and Carlton Hart, locking horns and going at it. Phoenix are well and truly on the rise. Back-to-back wins for the first time this season. The biggest of those, you would say, in terms of their season coming last week, and they are ahead within a matter of seconds. Kristen and Hart have it all to do. Paredes trying to do that, has run out of room. We were just saying Phoenix are on the rise, 2 wins in a row. Biggest of those coming against 1-0 last week, and they've absolutely flown out of the blocks this evening. Malloy. Alvarenga uncomfortable as it dipped towards her. Was then able to claim it rather coolly. Paredes. Jiwong, lovely 1-2. Paredes is marching through them all. That is a super move. Emma Olsen with a brilliant save. Terrific save. As Maggie Lena was looking to land the leveller. Paredes, Lena wanted to flick it round the corner for Smart. Hannah, who found the opener. Malloy tried to split them for Mergianos. Hart rocked and rattled. Paredes down the line for Smart. He's trying to twist and turn her way beyond Mergianos. Just ran out of room while trying to do so. We mentioned 2 wins in a row for Phoenix. It shot them from bottom to 6th in a fortnight, and they are on the move already. Hannah. Malloy, whose return has been a big reason to that upturn in form. Quick 1-2 with Mergianos. Tried to work it down the line for Holly Massey, who's a new introduction for Tyler Lewis's side. Comes all the way from Manchester in England's northwest. Some of us are from a bit further down south, but a truly brilliant and a truly vibrant part of the world. Home of 2 very famous football clubs, 2 very famous brothers who formed a band in the 90s that reunited recently. Smart tried to find Juwong, but it was just a fraction too heavy. Hart as well will have walked off last week with heavy hearts. They weren't at their best against Fitzroy, but it's not a reflection of them. Paredes, Lena had 2 at her back, gave it back to Paredes, 1-1 in clinical fashion. Superbly worked and superbly finished. When she could have gone alone, and Paredes timed her run perfectly and was there to divert it in with utter certainty. Grace Paredes, who was unavailable last week, back out on court and immediately back on the score sheet. One of the bright sparks behind this Carlton Hart side, who are having a simply superb season. As I was mentioning last week, they were rather handsomely beaten by Fitzroy, but it was neither one for them to remember, nor was it really a reflection of them as a side this season. They've been magnificent. The only thing it did do for a Hart side who sit 4th is made a late top 3 push. Not impossible, but highly unlikely, as Lena has played it back to Alvarenga, who'd already touched it. And it is going to give Northern Phoenix a terrific opportunity to put themselves back in front. Mergianos, Malloy and Massey all holding court. Hart with the line stacked. Mergianos indirect. Massey to drill it in! Super Phoenix goal to reach. From Manchester has made her mark in Melbourne. 2-1 Phoenix with searing pace. Olsen speared it into Massey. Tried to get away from Paredes, and Lena did superbly. Malloy gave it back to her. Teased it down the line for Hannah. Paredes in retreat did well. Smart fizzed it round the corner. Can Hart try and land themselves another leveller? Paredes wanted to pick it all the way back up. And Curry's first Real look forward. There's one that was cut out rather well in time. Malloy. Massey, that's a super take. Lena with a smart challenge on another. New Phoenix edition. Makunja's also made the move to play for Tyler Lewis's side tonight. Lena's shot blocked by Mergianos. Makunja is up with her. She's now on the march. Massey at the back post. Makunja goes alone. Couldn't quite get it on target. But Phoenix right now are flying, and Hart are at risk of being left behind. Lena wanted to spear one to Smart. Mergianos. Massey got away from Paredes, but it'll run out of room before she can get more of a meaningful touch on it. Alavarenga. Juong. Lena. Hustled by Massey. Makunja made the run for her, and she's found brilliantly. Makunja wanted to turn and go. Juong was with her all the way. Just timed her challenge to perfection. Malloy. Massey. Loose touch, Curry picked up on it. Massey didn't let up, but was a bit too overzealous in the press to win it back. Paredes losing out in the battle with Mergianos. Malloy. Mergianos, Paredes, that's a great read. Has Lena with her. Paredes twisting and turning, that is a superb goal. A brilliant, brilliant Paredes equaliser. Hart, who've been questioned twice, have answered twice. And Paredes just pranced her way through. It was an ever so elegant finish. Malloy. Paredes in the way. Perone tried to pick up on it. Both of these sides have absolutely flown out tonight. Massey side ball. Went alone and Alavarenga pushed it away for a corner. Massey got inventive. Gave it to Malloy, who tried to stab it goalwards but was always leaning back. Paredes. Through the legs of Makunja. Curry lost out. Perone picked it up, twisting and turning, and Alavarenga did well to mop it up and pick it all the way back into Hart hands. Malloy battling with Sumarau. All the way back for Alavarenga, who could only find Perone. Curry was in to challenge. Juong was all on her own, but Perone did well in recovery, just to hold up a Hart attack. Juong. Curry. Trying to turn away, but was held up by Malloy. Paredes. Sumarau. Tried to give it back to Juong. Perone and Massey closed in. Makunja has got room to roam. Makunja thought about it! And again, was not far away from the near post. She's looked lively for Phoenix so far, and here she is again, doing battle with Paredes, who had Malloy in her back, who was trying to steal in on the blind side and turn one, stab one goalwards. Hart have a chance. Sumarau held up by Massey. Makunja came to help. Paredes with a splitting ball. Sumarau stepped inside, checked back on Malloy. Curry had an effort. That's a super save, Emma Olsen. Brilliantly read. Not only to read the angle right, but also to steer it away from danger. Malloy hustled by Juong. Cleared it only as far as Paredes, who's chasing a hat-trick. Curry on the other end has turned it around for Hart, who were rocked and rattled early. They are now in the lead. And it just took a cool Curry roll to put them there. And now Phoenix have it all to do. Massey Lovely roll to get away from Juong. Massey, Paredes in the way to block it. And once again, Curry in the right place to clear her lines. Makunja, no farther than Curry. Paredes can now go. She's got Sumarao up with her. Away from Krista Malloy. Maybe on the first occasion. Malloy stayed with her on the second. Krista Malloy has done superbly well. Absolutely superbly well. Free kick search long. Massey did brilliantly. Danced her way beyond Paredes. Got it back from Malloy. Tried to split it for Perone. Juong picked it off and might be able to go on her own. Sumarao up with her. Olsen, brilliant save. And Perone's intervention too stopped Hart from establishing a bit of breathing room. Curry bundled into by Malloy. Perone then picks it up. 3-on-2 for Phoenix. Makunja is one of them. Massey is the other. Makunja goes alone and Alavarenga pushes it away for a corner. Tyler Lewis clearly not happy about having to wait to come on. We've had a spectator who's been sent off. We truly have had it all in the last minute or so. What on earth is happening here? Reece Interisi's rallying his side. Kristen Malloy is slowly but surely making her way to her feet. It's never dull in it, and Darabin never disappoints. It looks like Krista Malloy's going to be all right. She's back on her feet. Magianos is on. Chloe Martello may also be making way. Looked like a nasty knock, and now Tyler Lewis is having a talking to. Just an outrageous sequence of futsal. We're all waiting for a whistle, but we're not going to get one momentarily because we had a spectator who had been sent off but has made his way back to his seated area, shall we say. This is utterly bizarre. There's a rather lengthy discussion going on here. And I fear that the second we cut to a break, we're going to be straight back into the action. That just seems to be how it falls into place sometimes. And I would be right. The spectator, who had a bit of a qualm with one of our officials, is now making his way from the DCSS. The official was clear that he would not restart the game until that had happened. So now, hopefully, we have a restart and we have a Phoenix corner. Massey, Alavarenga cleared it. Sumarao wanted to go the long way round. All the way back into the palms of Emma Olsen, who's looked to loft long. Massey has stayed all on her own. That is superb. The ball from Emma Olsen was brilliant. attempted a one-on-one, which he took with ruthless conviction. And all of a sudden, we are level. We nearly might not be for a bit. Curry's ball cut out by Perone. Paredes has won it off Makunja. Paredes couldn't get beyond Mergianos. Makunja down the line for Massey. Jiwong there, and Paredes, who was furthest up, went to recover but ran out of room. Makunja wins a corner. Makunja's take, Massey flick. Perone had it open up. Fired her effort over. Alavarenga. Sumarao. Hustled by Mergiano. Scored it round the corner for Jiwong to stab one. She wasn't far away. Olsen has launched it. Perone. Back for Makunja. It took a deflection. Phoenix corner. And Phoenix timeout as well. Tyler Lewis was eager to issue that. He was eager to use it. And for a team who have a knack of scoring on the other side of them, we will see if they can add to that record on the other side of the timeout, where it is Phoenix 3, Carlton Hart 3.
Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. I'm riding around in a benzo. Red I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now. I used to crash in a
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player, because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally, futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know us.
We return from timeout in Darabin. These two have given us an enthralling and an entertaining first half, but they can't be separated so far. It has swung back and forth, but we lay dead level. Phoenix have a corner. Perone is to take it. Massey is the recipient. Alavarenga makes a brilliant save. Martello's follow-in is a tidy one. But Alavarenga is able to claim it and release Lena, and Martello did supremely well. Terrific recovery, but in the end-to-end nature, it is a hard corner. Lena drilled it. Olsen got a foot out. Massey has two with her. Martello was one of them. She played it just behind her. Smart for Paredes. Might it be Hart's turn? Smart tried to fizz it on the return for Grace Paredes. It just trickles out of play. Perone, Martello. Trying to get away from Lena, who made the challenge. Jiwong came to help her out. Lena then wanted to spear it for Smart, but it didn't stay in. Martello. Kristin Hanna, who got this whole evening started. Nagianos wanted to go down the line for Massey, but instead found Alavarenga. Then one up on the return. Lena alongside with her. Martello and Jiwong battling. Jiwong has won that particular edition. Lena had two with her. Martello over eager to win it back. It's the final edition for these two this season. When they first met, Hart held a firm grip on their match day 2 meeting. They hung on to win 2-1 in the end. And Phoenix provided parity on the scoreline at least. They drew 3-3 in their second meeting, so Hart can round out the season ledger with a win, or with a win Phoenix can draw level at one of literally everything. These two know each other well, and at the moment it is as it ended on that final occasion, 3-3. Smart. Chiwonk gave it away to Massey, who was just operating centrally as Martello up with her. Massey laid it off, but Martello couldn't quite get there. And if Phoenix were to win tonight, it would be their first win over Hart since season 2 of last year. The season in which they did the double over Carlton Hart in the first 2, and the third one, Hart took that particular instalment. And if Hart win, it is their first unbeaten season against Northern Phoenix since the first season of the calendar year before our current one. Season 1 2024, the last time they went unbeaten against Phoenix, so it's ebbed and flowed, it's dipped and swayed between these two sides. Curry wanted to kick it in, but the ball wasn't quite stationary. Hannah. Krista Malloy's back on her feet, back out on court, which is good to see. She finds Martello, switches for Hannah. Malloy under pressure from Lena. Martello down the line with Smart for company. Makunja was inside. Martello is twisting and turning and going beyond. Smart tried to stand her up. Alavarenga came and Makunja will turn it in. Tidily done and terrifically followed in. And in a topsy-turvy first half, Phoenix have found a way in front again. Excellently followed in. A real poacher's finish. Anticipation at its finest, in the right place at the right time. And Hart have now got a bit to do. Paredes, Lena, hustled by Malloy, just stood her up wonderfully.
She's not on there. I'll just put it under.
Paredes, away from Makunja. Grace Paredes, trying to twist it out and round the corner for Smart. Lena won it back away from Malloy. Paredes happy to make the challenge just to relieve some pressure. Martello, Hannah. Down the line for Makunja. Paredes tried to make the challenge with the help of Smart. She got there. Martello. Away from Lena, but not away from Curry, who won it back. It's a lovely ball. Lena with an even better one to find Smart. That was a smashing hit. Smart couldn't quite get the return, but that is good futsal from Hart. Unlucky not to work an opportunity at Olsen. Lena. Paredes tried to spear it down the line. Inside the final 5 minutes of the first half, Malloy only gave it as far as Paredes. Lena then tussled with Malloy, made a marvellous challenge, but is clutching. Had a face momentarily. Thankfully, there's no claret. Hannah back for Olsen. Searching ball to try and find Martello. Emma Olsen wants to be goalkeeper turned playmaker tonight. She's already got 1 assist. What a super one that was. Curry. Paredes. Tried to skip away from Makunja. Did well to keep it, Grace Paredes. Curry just told to retreat a couple of yards. And once again, that ball was moving. Hart have got to get that under control because it just succeeds possession a little bit carelessly. And when you're chasing the game at the moment, okay, it's an open one, and there are certainly more goals in this game than the 7 we've got so far. You still just want to keep control of it when you're chasing. Hannah, hustled by Juwong, who did well. Hannah's loose ball picked up by Lena, who tried to fizz one for Curry. But again, it will just roll out of play. Time ticking away to half time. Olsen for Malloy. Curry did well on the press. You can urge, here Reece Interisi's urges to get his team further up court. Massey. Instead, they just run out of room. And Phoenix, who played themselves into a bit of a problem, came up with a solution. Massey's flick on from Olsen's ball. Alavarenga watched it smoothly. Her throw, not quite as much, picked up by Malloy, who sliced her way beyond 2. Stabbed it for Makunja, who got there. Alavarenga did brilliantly. Juwong for Paredes, who didn't have an option down the line to go to. Hannah, Malloy, couldn't quite get it through to Makunja. Alavarenga, that's a lovely ball. Juwong immediately moved on by Makunja, who won it back marvellously. Speared it for Mergianos, who's got around Juwong. Her and Makunja with a quick 1-2. Massey on the end of it. Paredes coming across, tried to stab it round the corner. But it doesn't equate to anything for Phoenix. Lena. Malloy trying to hold her up and doing brilliantly. Massey now the beneficiary. Away from Paredes. Lena's recovery challenge was a good one. Massey and Paredes go at it again. Makunja from range. Didn't quite get the whip she would have wanted. Alavarenga down the line for Lena. Malloy's recovery, a good challenge. It's their time. Fizzed in towards Lena. Hart will have a corner. They will have time to take it. Lena fizzed it in. Olsen didn't know much about it, but did terrifically. And then was quickly on for Massey. Can Phoenix take one to the break with them? Makunja in, took it off Paredes. Twisting and turning, Paredes did well on the second attempt to make that challenge. And just hold her up. Malloy searching for Massey. It'll drop for Mergianos. Wouldn't have mattered had it gone in, but that brings to an end an entertaining, an enthralling and a truly magnificent first half of futsal. It was free-flowing, it was full of quality. And at half-time, in what has been a goal fest so far, it is Northern Phoenix 4, Carlton Hart 3.
That every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. Each detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia, there are good players, so they have to work hard and maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive.
For what promises to be a simply superb second half. If it's anything like the first, we're in for a fantastic final 20-odd. And Sumarau is looking to make sure it does. Emma Olsen, that's a superb save. Took a late deflection and gained pace. Mergianos with a tidy touch. Through the legs to Massey. That was nearly, ever so nearly, a wonderful Phoenix goal. The post to Carlton Hart's rescue. Alavarenga wanted Smart, who ran out of play. You've got to imagine what the team talks would have been at half time. Tyler Lewis, you feel like was happy, but still understanding there was room to grow. I think Reece Interices would be kind of more of the same. They've had their chances, and Paredes in particular, who's on a brace, is charging forward. Smart was up along with her, tried the return. Smart then wanted to drill one. Olsen alert to it. Malloy off the spillage, happy to clear her lines. Smart. Sumarau. Chiwong has just drifted to the back post. Paredes has come up in support. Tried to stab it through the wall. That's a superb save. What a save that is from Emma Olsen. That is brilliant down low. Smart must have thought she'd scored. What a save. And it's kept Phoenix in front. But Hart are on the march. Paredes round the corner for Sumarau. Tried a clever back heel. Mergianos read it best. Paredes then picked it up. Olsen with the save. Juwong, the right player in the right place at the right time to turn in yet another equaliser. It is now 4-4. And who knows how many more we've got. Paredes has taken it off Malloy. Got it back as Paredes, but couldn't turn it into the far corner. Hearts are on a surge. Massey. Malloy. Massey pressed by Sumarau. Malloy hustled by Juwong. Looped it away only to Alavarenga. That's a smashing ball as well to find Sumarau, who's got a yard. Twisted and turned and spun away from Perrone. Massey tried to shut the door to Paredes. Sumarau did superbly to keep that running. Just to win a couple more yards for Hart. Smart's take. All the way out for Paredes. Lovely return. Smart tried to shift it inside. Massey hustled by Paredes. Went the early shot first time. Paredes did brilliantly. Skipped away beyond Massey. Tried to find Sumarau. Malloy picked it up. Wanted to maraud forward. Juwong defensively delicate, but came across to cover well. Malloy. Mergianos. Back for Krista Malloy. Tried a tidy ball towards Perrone. Alavarenga picked it up. Smart. Again, couldn't find a way around Mergianos. This game, of course, not the only one in Series Futsal Women's this weekend. We go again on Sunday. These two in particular, a two-day turnaround. Hart have got Heidelberg next. Phoenix have got Aku, which could be a rather interesting one for both of those sides. Heidelberg would like to think the top four finish could still be on if they beat Hart, who have got a bit of work to do tonight. Mergianos, Makunja, not away from Sumarau. Malloy. Quickly on for Mergianos. Duong shut the door. Smart. Lofted it away. Happy to clear her lines. Krista Malloy down the line for Perrone. Just slightly loose with it. Their second half is lacking the intensity and the searingness so far that the first had done. Hart with the only goal. They found their leveller. Juwon happy to turn in and graciously accept a tap in. Neither side now wanting to budge an inch. Lena. Malloy did wonderfully to win it back. Krista Malloy still wanting to twist and turn and eventually wins that free kick. Phoenix set up. Martello right, Makunja with her. Perrone, the lone on the left. Malloy wanted to drill one. Lena got in the way at the expense of a... Malloy, Martello, away from Lena, down the line for Makunja, who might be going alone, and Ala Varenga forced into a save, and Phoenix get another corner. Makunja's take, tried to fizz it into Martello. Lena, who was being held, wins a free kick. Juwon, Makunja hot on the press, Curry. Back with Juwon, tidy footwork to get around Makunja. Paredes wanted to go down the line for Lena. Malloy, happy to watch it just trickle out of play and into touch. Malloy, Martello, giving it away. Curry made the challenge well. Lovely back heel. Lena to lace one. They were not far away at all from an opening that would have given them the lead. Olsen, lovely ball into Perrone. Paredes cut it out. Couldn't find Juwon. Martello is now marauding forward. Martello might have a go. But just couldn't get enough around it to find the top corner. Curry. Drew Makunja and gave Paredes an extra second. She couldn't again look for Lena down the line. Malloy has been really good at cutting that channel out actually in this second half. Does a lot of the preemptive work early, does Kristen Malloy. Reads the game really, really well. And because of that, has been able to slow down, in particular, the creativity of Juwon and Paredes from deep for Hart, which is where they've been able to launch a lot of their freedom from in the first half. That being said, when you've got players of their quality, a lot still gets through. Curry. Makunja on the press of Paredes, who got herself out of it well, and then took a loose touch. Makunja. Waited on Perrone. Makunja with a stab. Ala Varenga. Flung across to handle it. Launched it for Juwon. Malloy read it best. Curry, happy to watch it. Roll out of play once again. Lena, Curry. Lovely work for Curry. It may open up for Makunja with a late challenge. Paredes, who's hat-trick hunting, rolled it on for Juwon. Through the legs of Makunja. Juwon! Super save, Olsen. Carlton Hart corner. Paredes, the recipient via a deflection. It couldn't again find the bottom corner. Olsen was stumped. They reload. Paredes again. Olsen parried, then picked up. Moved it on to Makunja immediately. Tried to go the long way around Lena, who just stepped in terrifically to make the challenge. Ala Varenga fizzed it for Juwon. Had options left and right. Curry was one of them. That's a super turn away from Perrone, who made an equally good challenge in return. Perrone has Makunja up with her. Perrone goes alone. Ala Varenga gets a smart tip at the expense of a Phoenix corner. This game has well and truly opened up. Could either find a winner. Malloy with loft. And in fact, Massey is in the book for re-entering at the wrong time. Tyler Lewis rather unhappy with that decision. He will be happier with the Phoenix corner. Perone. Malloy. Tried to shift it around Curry. Duong got in the way on the second attempt. Massey recycled it. Martello. Got around Sumarao. Martello's doing brilliantly. That's a great ball as well. Neither Perone nor Massey could get a touch on it. Paredes. Sumarao, smashing turn. Tried to slice it through for Duong. Martello with a clever ball for Perone. Massey shifting inside. Paredes' recovery challenge was perfectly timed. And Hart will in fact have it. Sumarao, not beyond Martello, who's got Massey up with her. Martello for Massey. Alavarenga did superbly. Came to close the angle, and now Paredes is leading a 3-on-2. Drew Perone, and Curry fired it over. That might have been Hart's look. Could that have been Carlton's chance? Massey, that's a lovely touch. Kristin Hanna just couldn't quite keep that in. But that is what Massey is giving Phoenix whenever she moves in as that target. Just the ability to bounce and play first time. Moves everyone up court, and it just keeps the play flowing a lot freer and a lot quicker. Smart with a Hart side ball. With loft. Paredes at the back post. Couldn't quite turn it in. Olsen's looked long. Hanna was one of them. Curry cut it out. Massey first on the scene. Twisted and turned her way back. Malloy. Martello. Lovely footwork from Martello. Shifted it away from Smart. Malloy with a spearing ball to Massey. Maybe a fraction too heavy. Alavarenga. Curry. That's a great touch. Tidy ball for Paredes, who took a loose one. Hanna tried to work it for Massey. Malloy still wants it to get there. Massey has worked her way away from two. Massey twisting and turning and sorting her feet out. Recycled it to Malloy, who's away from Smart. And having to go all the way home. Martello. Malloy couldn't find Massey. Curry cut it out. Massey with a tidy turn. Olsen. Massey. Hanna. Dropped in at the right time. Gave the return to Massey. Kristin Hanna. Martello had advanced momentarily. Malloy. Massey. Phoenix playing with some flair. Keeping possession rather tidily. Massey. That's a great challenge from Paredes. Curry wanted to switch it for Sumarao. Might invite Hanna, who was just there to make the challenge and make sure. Martello making way for Mergianos. Inside the final 10 minutes. Paredes, Curry caught on it. Mergianos can keep going. Gives it back to Massey, who's crowded out by Deep Red. Curry got up, and Mergianos will let it trickle out. Massey, superb, round Alavarenga, and blocked on the line. Hart closed out. Massey couldn't apply the finishing touch. That is a huge, huge let-off for Isin Teresi's side. He went around Alavarenga, she went around them all. But the finish just wasn't there. Malloy. Great read by Paredes. Mergianos picked it up. Curry wanted to close the door. Hanna, Malloy tried to spear it for Massey. Paredes did well, she picked it up. Tries to dance with Mergianos, but again just can't quite keep it in. Massey, who's really starting to take control. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant from range. What? Drilled with conviction, with power, with certainty, and Phoenix have their lead back. And Hart are instantly trying to reply. Lena's effort saved wonderfully by Olsen. Curry, Paredes, Malloy, Lena, super save. Super save again. Emma Olsen is having one of those nights. Juong, Paredes, just quickly on from Makunja. Got it back from Juong. Curry, not away from Mergianos. Paredes, Juong, tried to go round the corner for Lena. Mergianos with a more no-nonsense approach. Juong, Curry, lovely read from Malloy, who's got Makunja up with her. Krista Malloy goes alone, but couldn't quite apply the finishing touch. Alavarenga into Curry. Lena had Juong round the corner. Lena wanted to go alone. Kristen Hanna read it best. Tidy piece of footwork. Mergianos all the way back for Malloy. Makunja dropped in. Juong and Lena leading the press. Paredes picking it off. Has Juong with her. Paredes going beyond them all. Gave it to Lena Olsen. That's a terrific save. Makunja could benefit. Mergianos now away from Juong. Annabelle Mergianos is twisting and turning. Rolled it back for Makunja to drill one. Super Phoenix goal on the break. Hart nearly had their leveller at one end, but Phoenix pierced through at the other. Mergianos' hold up magnificent. Makunja's finish merciless. And Phoenix just pushed themselves clear. Hart staring at back-to-back defeats in a game that they've had the chances to win. Smart. Mergianos picked it off and she's got room. She's got Makunja up with her, who's on a hat-trick herself. Mergianos went unselfish and Makunja was crowded out before she could get there. Final 5 minutes. Malloy's picked it up. Alavarenga's made a brilliant save. Malloy's rekindled it, tried to clip it for Makunja, who couldn't direct her header goalwards. Lena. Mergianos read it. Makunja in ahead of Paredes. Twisting and turning and firing. And it flashing just wide. Alavarenga for Smart. Malloy in magnificently to make that challenge. Tried to loft it for Hannah. Juong for Paredes. He drew the foul from Makunja. Paredes into the feet of Lena, who's backed into by Mergianos. Makunja and Malloy couldn't sort it out. Malloy won it off Smart. Paredes came to support. Mergianos skipped away from Paredes. Annabelle Mergianos, that's a super ball, but Malloy couldn't quite get there. Phoenix are looking to finish strong. Can Hart find themselves a way? They've still got plenty of time. If they get a quick goal, you never know. Hannah. Olsen. Mergianos made it work tidily. Won it away from Paredes. Hannah. Malloy. Tried to spear it. Paredes cut it out for a hat-trick of her own. Olsen made a super save. Quickly on for Mergianos. Malloy. Tried to spear it, Paredes won it up, Lena gave it back to her, Paredes skipped away beyond Malloy and rolled it in via Mergianos. Now then. Phoenix might have to hang on. Final 2 minutes. Where on earth does it go from here? In a game that's been topsy-turvy from the start. Does it have one more twist? Lena went in on Makunja strongly. Phoenix gave themselves a heart attack last time out. Could we see a similar level of blood pressure raised? Paredes is certainly trying to make that happen. Curry with a loose foot. Perone bundled into her. Carlton Hart have a free kick. Olsen sets the wall. Lena stands over. Lena, Paredes! Not beyond Malloy. Paredes made it work. Juong, no further than Perone. Anywhere will do for Northern Phoenix right now. Lena, Paredes, is there one more turn? Gets away from Malloy. And Krista Malloy held her up and will go into the book for good measure. Another free kick. Phoenix have 4 fouls. They've got to be a little bit careful. Juong, Curry, Paredes, Lena to strike it, Lena to drill it, Malloy to make the block. Juong recycling, Lena, Makunja and Perone both so eager. Teasing ball claimed calmly by Olsen, who's looked to go long. She's hit the railing. All of a sudden, things are starting to go wrong at the worst possible time. Or right, depending on your persuasion. Paredes. Magianos' challenge. Malloy, once again, anywhere will do. Final minute. Part of a minute to save themselves. Lena. Mergianos won it up. Perone gets in there ahead of Juong, but her touch is too heavy and it just leaves the door open for a little bit longer. Lena. Curry. Juong. Can Carlton Hart conjure a leveller? Paredes is given one down the line, but she can't quite get there. Tyler Lewis wants timeout. In fact, maybe he doesn't. Thought about it momentarily, but then decided to see it through. Mergianos went searching for Perone. Juong won it. Gave it to Curry, who took it well on the turn. Makunja with some all-important pressure. Mergianos let it run out and it will be a Hart corner. All of a sudden they have a real opening. Quickly on for Juong. Worked it one more for Paredes. Lena couldn't get it beyond Mergianos. Juong and Perone battling. The timeout's handed if they get a second to take it. Lena. Makunja cut it out. Wanted to go from distance, but only found Alivarenga. She's looked long. Juong, who was drifting back. Makunja wins a free kick, and Tyler Lewis will take that timeout. Inside the final minute. There's a goal in it. It is getting tense. It is getting nervy in this building. Phoenix trying to hang on. Hart throwing the kitchen sink at it as we go to timeout before full time. It's Northern Phoenix 6, Carlton Hart 5.
Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับสองอย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จ
We are back from timeout. How's your nerve? Inside the final minute, Phoenix have just got to hold on. Hart have got to throw every single thing at it. Has to be a side ball. Jiwong. It's now or never for Hart. Paredes, Malloy on the challenge. Murgianos there to cut it out. Paredes there to win it back. Had Lena with her as well. Anything will do for Phoenix. Hart have got to throw the kitchen sink. They have to throw the whole house at it. Olsen goes long, and that will be that. 3 on the spin for Northern Phoenix. A performance of flair in the first half, of grit in the second, and Hart came ever so close. In a game that ebbed and flowed. It seesawed, it swung both ways. It was on one knife edge then another, but Northern Phoenix are the ones who are able to take it right at the end. Full time in Darabin from a superb game. An absolutely excellent match. Northern Phoenix 6, Carlton Hart 5.
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. What a bow. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. I'm riding round in a benzo. Red I'm being in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group, you can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับสองอย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. You crew riding round in a Benzo. Ready? I'll be in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
Welcome back to the final game of the night. You just saw an absolute thriller between Northern Phoenix and Carlton Hart. To round it out, Fitzroy and Eastern 1-0 going head to head. The Tigers, who've been in terrific form in the second half of the season, they're making a very late title lunge. Our Jimmy Sufis and co. They've been helped by the introduction of Rihanna Polissina. And Frescalzo, who's trying to stab one through for McClure to turn goalwards. Before 1-0, what looked like a season where they may be climbing off the bottom of the league. They're being dragged into it slowly. Phoenix with 3 wins in a row. Sees them now the team in 6th and pulling clear. And it sees Eastern 1-0, who were making some serious strides around mid-season. Slowly sliding away towards the end. But for Fitzroy, it's a clear objective. Win and keep yourselves in the title race. Calzo for Richardson, rolled it back. Richardson picked it back up. McClure. Richardson. Claudia Frescalzo in as that pivot. Richardson tried to stab it goalwards or to her, one or the other. Neither quite came off. Bennett. Not around McClure. It was ball or player. And in the end the ball went by, but Bennett was held up. McCaffrey. Back for Danilis. Spearing ball for Jacobs. Gave it away, and Frescalzo is now on the march. Around McCaffrey. Jacobs now might be able to get 1-0 going the other way. Richardson with a lunge. Jacobs still going, but is running once again out of room. Lively start tonight to the final instalment, to our final game. Mason Jones. McClure. Richardson. McClure. No way around McCaffrey, but winning a corner for Fitzroy. Taken quickly. Richardson turned it in superbly. A truly sensational. wonderfully worked. McClure's ball into a dangerous position, and Richardson just there to roll it in. And she might be on for an early double. Flashed it over the bar. Nothing Danilis would have been able to do about that. Danilis now looking for Jacobs. They're going incredibly direct 1-0, and you feel it is to get Jacobs into the game as much as possible. Last time out against Phoenix, she was a real creative spark, some sign of energy, of intent, as Richardson skips around her. But Jacobs does supremely well to win it back. All of a sudden it's through one-on-one. Mason Jones with the save, Richardson on the recovery. That is superb defending to keep Fitzroy ahead and to make sure that 1-0 can't install parity. Bennett out for McCaffrey. Friscalzo immediately there to hustle her. Claudia Friscalzo did superbly well. Friscalzo. Diana down the line to Claudia. Trying to spin away from McCaffrey. Didn't get beyond her, but did win a corner. Friscalzo. Mason Jones has come the long way round. Tried to slide it for Richardson. Churchy made the cutout. Mason Jones has taken a tumble. McCaffrey is cut out by Friscalzo. Sophie McCaffrey's kept going. Tried to spear it through them all. And it was nearly a 1-0 leveller. Richardson. McClure. Friscalzo. Back for McClure once more. They're waiting on the runners. Churchy came across to cut it out. Fitzroy looking to add a second. Polissina introduced immediately. Friscalzo rattled it. Bennett didn't know a lot about it, but she took all the sting out of it for Danilis, who then tried to go all the way over the top of Mason Jones. Friscalzo wanted the switch, but it'll just trickle out of play. But you feel as though Fitzroy have got a real sense of control on this. Jacobs couldn't spin away from Polissina. Mason Jones split it for Richardson. Now Polissina, lovely 1-2. Richardson is on the march, and options left and right, and they nearly made a hash of it. 1-0. Churchy off Bennett. Danilis happy to dive and claim it. McCaffrey now clipping over the top. And I'm joined on commentary for the first time tonight by the manager of the team who just won before. I'm back again with Tyler Lewis. Good evening, Tyler.
Hey mate, we seem to be making a runners, a commentary duo for the last few weeks. So thought I might keep the trend up being a Friday night.
I like it. It's always good to have your company in the commentary box on a Friday or on a Sunday.
Yeah, just a little bit of fun for me after that result. So I'm here to make your life a little bit more fun, Ethan. I don't care about anyone else's opinion right now. I'm just here. I'm trying to make you laugh. That's all I'm doing.
I appreciate that very much. It's Polissina. That's Friscalzo and Richardson as their options. Trying to stab it through. Danilis didn't quite get there. Friscalzo wanted a penalty. Polissina picked it back up.
Yeah, no penalty there. Selena did really well. She had a hand on the ball. Bit of a scramble. So I can understand why the referees didn't give that one, but Selena did well again. For a 12, 13-year-old, she's outstanding. Courage is great as well.
It is hard to believe, given just how well she performs in goal for this 1-0 side. Selena Danilis is one of this league's brightest young stars. It's quite clear to say. Someone who acquits herself incredibly well in goal on a weekly basis, on a nightly basis for 1-0. It's Richardson trying to give Danilis a bit more action. Churchy made the block. Jacobs can now come away with it. Trying to tiptoe away from Galuccio. Richardson there in recovery just to clear Fitzroy's lines.
Yeah, I think Selena kind of has to. She's probably the keeper that faces her and Danny Petresca probably face the most shots on any given game, so she does have to stand up, and I think that's been good for her facing all these shots, especially at such a young age. It's made her have to be better.
Churchy, not beyond Galuccio. Down the line for Vonia, couldn't quite find Polissina. Bennett got in the way to cut it out. Had Jacobs and McCaffrey as deep options. McCaffrey skipped away from Vonia ever so coolly. Slid it through for Jacobs, whose touch invites in Mason Jones to come off her line and make a super save. Polissina, even better to keep it in. Jacobs is on the recovery. Polissina just picks out Galuccio ever so coolly. Vonia, Polissina. And Fitzroy this time, instead of looking to go on a raging counter-attack, happy to keep things a bit calmer. Richardson, who was the game's only goal so far. Polissina for Vonia. There's one thing I have noticed about Fitzroy in recent weeks in particular. It might be safe to say as well that having Polissina in that size really gets the best out of Richardson.
Yeah, I think she gets the best out of all of them, to be honest. Like, you've got a player of that quality. And I was just thinking to myself before, she took a touch and she took herself away from danger. It's just the little things she does so well that not many players think about when they're playing. And she just does them naturally. As we say now, go forward, have the shot, and good save there by Danilis, but Vonia there taps it in to make it 2-0.
Tidy finish from Vonia to double Fitzroy's lead. Polissina was dancing and prancing her way through the 1-0 defence. Danilis made a solid save, but Vonia was there to pick up the loose ball. It was just too hot to handle. It was too well placed. And Fitzroy on the follow-in, make it 2-0.
Yeah, she's scary to play, like to watch play. Like if you were, we'll play her in a couple of weeks, but she's a very, very scary player. Every time she's on the ball, you're kind of thinking to yourself, oh, what's she going to do with it now? Players like that are obviously hard to play against because you don't know if they're passing, they're shooting, and she can score from pretty much anywhere on the court too.
Mason Jones, let's go back for Vonia. I just want to talk about that game that went before.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest, because it was a superb game, but it seems to follow a very similar vein to Phoenix at the moment, especially in those wins where you go a few goals up and then you're almost holding on at the end. It's the second week in a row. It's looked like you're going to have a heart attack on the touchline.
Yeah, but we won. Like, I don't...
That's a very fair point.
It doesn't matter to me. Like, I'll take a heart attack every week if I get 3 points. And to be honest, as I said, I think I said it last week, the girls aren't used to being in that scenario where they're winning games like that. Normally we draw or we lose. Last time we played Hart, we drew with them 4-4 because they scored a last-second equalizer. Now we play them again and we hold on. It's just signs there that we're getting better. I mean, obviously we had a couple of new girls come in for the night and they seem to fit in pretty well in Amira and Holly. And they make quite a difference going forward as well, which is something we've lacked a lot, especially early season. Like, when was the last time Phoenix score more than 4 goals in a game?
Certainly being in that situation helps you cope with the pressure of it. As a timeout is called, Fitzroy have an early double and they lead 1-0 by 2-0.
A good futsal player has to be intelligent. It's the most important quality in a futsal player because in futsal play is very fast, and you have to think really fast. You don't have time, you don't have a space. They have to enjoy the game. This finally futsal or football or basketball or tennis, it's only a game, so they have to enjoy. If they don't enjoy the game, they don't improve. No, they know that we know as coaches that every day is good for improving your level, so you have to work hard every day. It's detail, it's important for improve your career. The group is the key of success. If you don't have a union group. You can win some matches, you can win some tournaments, but finally you don't win the World Cup or you don't win the European Championship. You need a strong group and everybody go in the same direction. The futsal is totally different than in Europe or in other countries. I think there are good levels here in Australia. There are good players, so they have to work hard. And maybe in the future Australia is in the top.
We're back from timeout. 1-0 free kick. They've been hit by a quick and early Fitzroy 1-2 punch. The Tigers have looked in terrific form so far. They're continuing on the rich vein they've showcased in recent weeks, still trying to push themselves as far as possible into the title race. And they're in the mood for more. McClure crashing it against the post.
That was scary. Like, McClure is a dangerous player as well. She's hasn't played a lot of the season. When she's been here though, she's extremely scary on the ball. Fitzroy is just filled with terrifying players to play against at the moment.
Bennett was looking down the line for Jacobs with 1-0. You mentioned it being a team that's built around promoting the youth. It might be a bit of an easy question, but how much of a difference maker is having just that little bit more experience and having a couple of those players who have got more experience in the side?
Yeah, well, I suppose that equates to Phoenix as well. We were a club that was built around under 17. Like, pretty much when we did World Series futsal, all the future stars were. I'll hold off here for a minute as we see Policina on the ball. Go backwards to Vonya and receives again.
McClure. Jacobs just came to try and close the angle. McDougall. All the way back for Policina, who is truly turning conductor of this Fitzroy side. Vonya tried a tidy loft, got a little nick off McClure and trickled out of play.
Yeah, so as I was saying about the youth, like Phoenix were pretty much all the future stars of the league when we did World Series futsal. So we had to go find new players. Like, you notice I didn't have Chris Malloy a lot of the season. Now she's back. We're on a bit of a roll. That experience helps tremendously. You can't just have youth. I mean, it's great to have youth players like Danilis, and McCaffrey is another one. She's a standout. Probably doesn't get the recognition that she deserves because she's in front of Selena, but she's going to be a star. Phoenix had May, O'Brien, and Annabelle, so that makes it that made it a lot harder for us to build around because we had no experience, and it takes time when you're learning to play together as well.
It certainly does help having a few more experienced faces. It helps on a more organisational standpoint too, and it helps you get out of some tougher situations. And I like that you mentioned that sort of it helps when it comes to playing together, because having players who've been in those scenarios before and who know the game quite well, you get quite a good structure out of them as well, and you get a good organisation, don't you?
Yeah, it was funny tonight. I took Annabelle Mangiotis off for a couple of minutes just to give her a quick break. And I ended up having to put her straight back on because defensively we didn't look as strong without her. It's because she's been around the game, she's played with a lot of the girls. She knows how, and she's our leader. She knows how to lead the team, and she does marshal the troops back in a pretty convincing basis. Oh, what a tackle by Policina! That one hurt both players, but Policina does well there to get back.
You can see a real sign of Policina and McCaffrey. Both of them just bounced straight back up. Neither willing to concede that battle. Frascalzo, Diana to Claudia. Just ran out of room.
McCaffrey is going to be a star. If she sticks with futsal and plays on a regular basis, she is going to be a star. Like, she'll be a star of this competition. She won't be the star for a few years. Obviously, you've still got Jess Owl and stuff like that, who are the standard bearers. Frascalzo, Owl, Rebecca Davies, they're probably the standard of the top tier of player that we have in series. So I'd love to see a May, Selena Danilis, McCaffrey all come up and be that next tier of player.
It does feel like it, doesn't it? That they're that real next generation of flag bearers as well for series futsal women's when it comes to, you mentioned Danilis, McCaffrey, May O'Brien. those are the ones where you look at people who could control a game or could certainly win you a game. And how exciting is it for 1-0 that they've got two players like that in the same side?
The issue is going to be for 1-0 is they can keep them for now because they're still young and learning, but what happens when they have Fitzroy Tigers come and they go, oh, hey Sophie, we really like you as a player. Do you want to come learn off one of the best coaches in Australia, in Jimmy Soufis, and learn how to get better, play with Futsal Claudia Frescalzo? What happens then? Are they going to be able to keep these players? How loyal are they going to be when the big teams come knocking?
Certainly a question worth asking, maybe worth pondering.
I have to ask myself because I have May. So how many times, how much can I do to keep May when a big team comes knocking? Because eventually one will.
Frescalzo spinning away beyond one, beyond two, going round Danilis. That's a brilliant block by Bennett. McClure, and a superb challenge in recovery. 1-0 who were hit with a couple quickly at the moment. You can see that they're just starting to feel a little bit more settled.
Yeah, they're doing really well. They're holding their shape really well when they don't have the ball. As we'll see, like, they can't play exactly through the middle. Celine is very capable of saving shots from the angles. What she struggles with the most, and what all goalkeepers will struggle with, and they all do, is that shot directly in the middle. And right now, 1-0 aren't allowing that shot to come through the middle.
Fitzroy might have an opening. Frescalzo again worked wide. You can see that 1-0 structure holding firm, forcing Fitzroy to the flanks. McClure, that's a lovely ball for Richardson, who got it through the legs of Scott Nicker only as far as McCaffrey. Bennett sliced it through, and all of a sudden it's 2-on-1. Scott Nicker goes alone. Mason Jones nearly had a heart-in-mouth moment, but that is an improvised and rather brilliant save.
Yeah, Scott Nicker comes from a long line of good football players. A brother, actually, was my first ever coaching job. I coached an older brother, Nick. He's a good quality goalkeeper down in Geelong. But I ran into her dad a few weeks ago. She told me she was playing. I was like, oh, great. So we've got another one coming. Like, she's been a good one as well. She's only young. Like, this 1-0 team, we've seen they've gotten better when they have the experienced players come in. It's when they only have the young ones, that's when they struggle in their games there, and they concede the large margins.
They have a free kick now, and they have an opportunity to possibly make Mason Jones do some work.
I don't think they'll score directly from the free kick.
Scott Nicker went to drill it. Bennett on the rebounds. Ooh. Rattled it wide. It got a touch. It will be a 1-0 corner.
Yeah, just the way Fitzroy set up there, it seemed nearly improbable that they would score from it, especially directly from a free kick. What I would like to see as a third party would be some movement there from 1-0. They didn't move at all. They just stayed very still. Makes it a lot easier to defend it when you're staying very still.
When you have a faction of younger players, though, who are still learning as well, it's that little bit that comes with it, right? It's at start you set it up well, but when the next step is the movement, and I think that's the thing that experience is the big teller of.
Yeah, I mean, I called a timeout. As we just hear a bit of commotion from the benches. I called a timeout from an indirect free kick because I thought that the girls would need a bit of guidance going into it. We scored from it, luckily enough, but sometimes you have to communicate as the coach about what you want. I want a corner from it. I want movement. I want this type of movement. And it helps the players recognise, okay, he wanted this in the timeout, or she wanted this in the timeout. Maybe we should do it in open play, and we might score from it again. So that's why you'll see, especially me, but I know Jimmy and Scotty do it as well, the tactical free kick timeout, because that way we don't want to be calling a timeout next week for the same free kick. We want to be calling a timeout for a different free kick, and hopefully they use the free kick that we taught them the week before.
It's all part of the coaching master plan.
I mean, Jimmy and Scott are amazing. Like, I owe them a lot to my knowledge of futsal, and they've been really helpful even since I left Fitzroy. With just little questions, Jimmy's outstanding to go to.
Polissina. 1-0 again, dropping off. You're seeing it this time, inviting Polissina indoors. She's drifting beyond one, beyond two, tried to stab it around Danilis and into the far corner. Went for a clean and classy finish, but that's the first real time that Fitzroy have been able to split through the middle.
Yeah, and all it was a run. Because the 1-0 players are instructed to follow their player, when that first player gets beaten, they don't know what to do, and they gave up the middle, and Polisina nearly scored from it.
They've done so again, and Polisina has another angle.
If you watch the game, you'll find 1-0 are instructed to follow one player and one player only, and not switch. It works for a short period of time. It doesn't work against a team that likes to move the ball there, as that clatters off the post, and 1-0 clear quickly. Mason Jones keeps that one in, looks to go long down the line, and does turn it over for a side ball.
Scott Nicker's side ball. Tries to go to Andriopoulos down the line. He will win a corner. And 1-0, who went 2 down quite early, have held firm for majority of this first half, and they now have the deficit. Fizzed into a dangerous area. Galuccio, the right player, in the right time to clear it. Vonia for Polisina. This is the danger. Polisina going alone and flashing in a third on the break. Fabulous from Polisina. Pinpoint.
See there, it lifted as it was going to go up and found that really tricky spot for a keeper to save in between the hip and the knee. Really hard for a keeper to judge what they want to do, whether they want to save with their legs or their arms, and you generally don't do both.
McCaffrey, instructed to shoot, takes it on. Mason Jones with a safe pair of hands. Yeah. Judged that very well.
Had to be there. It was going in, and she didn't stick her 2 mitts on it. Fitzroy timeout.
Just as we thought it might happen, Scott Rogan's the one to hand it over. Just before half-time, Fitzroy added a third. 1-0 have been hanging in there, but at timeout, it's Fitzroy 3, 1-0. Until half-time, Fitzroy added a third. 1-0. Defensively have been relatively sound and have hung in there, and all of a sudden they might have a chance on the break. Scott Nicker with some tidy footwork. Polisina stepped in. Richardson happy to take it out of a bit of a scuffle and calm things down. Galuccio happy to soak up the seconds. And that is absolutely why Fitzroy have controlled this first half from start to finish. 1-0 have hung in there. Defensively have been rigid, have been hard to break down, but Polisina has done just that. Richardson as well. Half-time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 3, Eastern 1-0.
freedom, just like your way.
5 seconds left. They simply had to be perfect from here to keep their perfect record alive. Adam Cooper, is this the moment for him? Cooper has equalised against all odds, and look what it means to everybody here. It is absolutely stupid from Adam Cooper with the last kick of the game to equalise for the Melbourne Blues, and he's kept them perfect in season 1 of 2025. Right a headline like this, you simply cannot.
สำหรับผมในกีฬาฟุตซอลครับสองอย่างที่ต้องมีครับในตัวนักกีฬาฟุตซอลครับก็ระเบียบวินัยแล้วก็ความมุ่งมั่นครับมี2อย่างนี้ก็ทำให้คุณอาจจะประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
ก็ฟุตซอลเป็นเหมือนชีวิตผมอะครับเพราะว่าผมทำมันมาตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วก็คิดว่ามันน่าจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในชีวิตของผมเลยครับ
ผมเสียสละในกีฬานี้ก็ในเรื่องของเวลาครับเพราะว่าเราต้องทิ้งทุกอย่างไปข้างหลังครับแล้วก็คอนเซนเทรตแล้วก็มีความมุ่งมั่นกับกีฬานี้เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองแล้วก็ไปสู่ความสำเร็จครับ
สำหรับต้องมีความมุ่งมั่นแล้วก็ความอดทนแล้วก็ความพยายามครับผมถึงประสบความสำเร็จได้ครับ
พวกเราไม่เคยหยุดไล่ล่าพวกเรามาที่นี่เพื่อพิชิตพวกเราหยุดไม่ได้
We return from half-time. Fitzroy in absolute control of the first half. Eastern 1-0. Looking for a way back into this game. But at the moment, the Tigers are in some truly terrific form. It is hard to hide it, and they look like they're in the mood for more. Friscalzo with a tidy bit of footwork, got around McCaffrey. Rolled it off for Vonya, who had McDougall on the switch. Found a way around Bennett. And won Fitzroy the second half's first corner.
No left foot there from McDougall. Does well though to win himself the corner, not to turn the ball over. So what movement will we see here from Fitzroy? But that's the difference in the corner setups. It's Fitzroy will have some movement. At least one or two players move. Where 1-0, the only time they actually look like they might score from the corner, a player actually moved instead of being so still.
Galuccio, McDougall, Friscalzo. Lovely turn by Diana Friscalzo. Vonya on for McDougall once again. Galuccio, Vonya. Fitzroy just keeping possession, trying to draw 1-0 out of that shape. As we've mentioned in the first half, they go player for player. So almost overloading one of those sides right now. Do you see that and you think that that's something the Fitzroy might be trying to do, just to drag that shape across and open up the room for, at the moment, it'd be Vonya on the far side?
Yeah, I don't think they're intentionally doing it. I think it's just a natural instinct because they're trying to move to the open space and open up space around one side. So what you'll find is they might try and do it with a Policina, a Friscalzo. They might want to isolate that player.
Danilis with a great save. Friscalzo on the follow-in.
But I don't think they'll be doing it with Steph. I think they'll be more wanting Steph to be the player that goes and opens up the space for another player. But right now, Fitzroy don't have their extremely good goal-scoring lineup on in Policina, Friscalzo. They've got stars all over the court. Richardson's another one. It looks like they're playing a more defensive-minded lineup.
Vonya nearly got away from McCaffrey. Jacobs can now go on the break. Scott Nicker was up with her. The ball was just a fraction too heavy.
Jacobs is really good. I think the first time we saw her was last week. She was really, really scary on the ball. And seems to be the poster child for 1-0 this week in all the promotional stuff they put up. Well deserved, I will say.
McDougall. Here is Jacobs. Shifting away beyond one and rattling one into the top corner beautifully. What a goal that is. And 1-0 maybe.
I love that when you come and say you give praise to a certain player and then they go do something really cool or score a goal. You're just like, I made myself look good then.
Maybe that is why she is the promotional poster child. Scott Nicker now was all of a sudden looking to get 1-0 within one. Jacobs. Back for Scott Nicker again. Had Bennett up with her. Jacobs. Couldn't get away from McClure, who invited Friscalzo to come and join the party. Bennett was found down the line. Somehow they've kept it. McCaffrey. Scott Nicker. Tried to flick one over McDougall, who just stood firm. And then lost out again. Scott Nicker's got Jacobs with her. Galuccio did well to get the challenge in. Jacobs. McClure this time is clipping at the heels. Jacobs has gone the long way round her and tried to flash one in at the near post, but Mason Jones did very well to get her angles right.
Oh, sorry, I was laughing at Daniel Galuccio just going mad at the referee. If you actually listen to her, some of the things that come out of her mouth are extremely funny.
Here is Galuccio, once again on cue.
Good at that.
Something you've got a knack for, Tyler.
You kind of watch enough, you kind of see when players are going to be involved in the play more.
Searching ball for Scott Nicker, who nearly got inventive. Mason Jones was just at a near post to make sure. Tidy piece of goalkeeping. Good bit of awareness, not needed to be called into action.
Now they're looking more dangerous here, the Tigers. They've got both Friscalzo sisters, McClure and Policina, and right on cue yet again, the Tigers, dangerous, put another one in the back of the net.
McClure, the one at the back post this time, who turned in. They just drew 1-0 into that corner again. The space opened up for McClure. And all of a sudden, Fitzroy are going for full throttle firepower for a bit of a burst. And they get their goal almost immediately.
Yeah, and what's more scary is Richardson's still on the bench, and she's a goal scorer, like, constantly. Like, this lineup is terrifying.
Friscalzo just behind Policina. Jacobs not around Policina, who had to drag her down in the end.
Yeah, smart foul, no card given either. Stops the counter attack.
It's one of those, isn't it, where you're not far enough down court that you can really give a yellow for it.
She had players behind her as well, like, but let's be honest, with a player of that class, you know what they're doing, and they're very smart. Those type of players are valuable.
Here's Policina. Friscalzo made a darting run, and here was Claudia Friscalzo. Tried to go around McCaffrey. Danilis made a smart save. Jacobs was immediately calling for it. She had Bennett up with her. Jacobs couldn't go around Policina, who once again just waited, and then shut the door.
Yeah, and you saw just before, just going back to Policina, she just moved the ball from right to left to right to left, and it made 1-0 have to decide what they were going to do. And eventually, she opened up the angle down the line, allowing Fitzroy to play. But if she doesn't make that ball movement, just moving it right, left, 1-0 don't move. They stay still.
That's the biggest difference as well, isn't it? It's not just, we talk about movement off set pieces and we talk about movement when it comes to actually in players, but just keeping the ball ticking over.
Yeah, so what you'll find a lot, the really, really, really good sides when you watch like over in Spain and stuff like that, they are always moving the ball. They don't take 3, 4, 5 touches. They 1, 2, play, 1, 2, play, 1, 2, play. And the only time they take more touches is when they're driving forward themselves with the ball.
Danilis went long. Mason Jones nearly had an awkward moment. She did very well there, especially with Jacobs, who was looking to charge down. Here is Richardson, who's back out on court. Tried to spear one for Policina, nearly took an unlucky touch, but Danilis, along with the help of McCaffrey, all the way just to see it back into her palms. Bennett around Friscalzo. Bennett's wanting to drive, but Friscalzo on the second attempt makes a very fine recovery challenge.
Yeah, 1-0 actually have a fairly good squad tonight too. Like obviously they're missing a couple, but in terms of their overall squad, that's pretty much this is one of their stronger ones. Bennett's been good since she's come over to 1-0. And then they've got the young. That's what they're pretty much doing. They're finding these young players, and then they're looking for a bit more experience now. As Fitzroy tap another one in at the back post with Richardson again, another goal-scoring threat coming on and scoring another one for the Tigers.
It's just glorious Fitzroy futsal is what it is. Friscalzo with the ever so tidiest of chips to the back post. Richardson in the right place at the right time. Policina involved as well. And Fitzroy just adding another to try and increase some 1-0 pain. Scott Nicker is trying to drive down the line.
A side that Fitzroy notoriously struggle against, scoring goals against, and they seem to be opening up for the first time all season.
McClure, they might be in for another. Policina is.
The floodgates are kind of open now, Ethan.
McClure kept her cool, just rolled it back to Policina, who placed it into the bottom corner with absolute perfection. And for 1-0, What was a night of a bit of defensive rigidity has now become a bit of a wave which they haven't been able to see out.
Yeah, you can kind of see in the players now, especially Scott Nickers and McCaffrey's, starting to get a little bit down. Need a bit of leadership now to try and keep them up. When you go to call that timeout, you don't want to do it too early. You don't want to do it with 12 minutes to go. You want to maybe do it within the 8-10 minutes. It comes from experience. The coach, Costa's only been around for 3-4 seasons. Like, he's young himself. Like, he's still learning, like we all are. Even Jimmy Sufis learns. Milton Sakos still learns from Moreland. Every time you step out onto the court or as a coach, you learn something.
Fernando as well.
I don't think Fernando's learning anything. He's learning people's names when they play.
Oh, Fernando, if you're watching, good evening.
Nando, I'm not coming to training this week. I'm still injured, by the way.
Danilis. Trying to get away from Frascalzo and Pollicina. Scott Nicker keeps it calm. Back to McCaffrey. Wanted to go beyond Frascalzo. Jacobs. Had Churchy down the line.
Sorry, I don't necessarily like that from Danilis going out there. Like, there's no reason to. Her team's actually going forward quite well. It's defensively, that's where they're struggling. Realistically, when you want your keeper to do that is when you're struggling to go forward and you want to catch them on a counter. Right now, they're not catching them on counters doing that.
Scott Nicker, tidy bit of footwork to get away from Pollicina and Frascalzo. McCaffrey wanted to fizz that down the line as well for Jacobs, but that was incredibly good to get out of a position that not many would have.
Scott Nicker's kind of impressed me a little bit tonight. She's very good, actually. Hopefully in the off-season we see her a bit more regularly.
Frascalzo holding up against McCaffrey. Rolled it on for Vonya. Richardson was unmarked. Centred it. Churchy made an all-important block. Scott Nicker now doing battle. Richardson winning it. Frascalzo spinning, twisting, turning. That is, oh, it was nearly glorious.
She almost copped one for her troubles as well. That was a dangerous kick. Luckily missed her though, otherwise we would have been seeing red in the 1-0 lineup.
That's the last thing they want as well on a night like this.
No point, game's dead for them. Like Fitzroy, they can get goal difference, which they still need. And that's probably what they're sitting there going, we need goals, we need goals. So might as well try and score as many as what we can. Also, they play Aku in a couple of weeks, so they're going to be wanting to get their squad ready for that. Oh, Mason Jones goes round one. Off to Pollicina. Pollicina tries to find the middle. Does get cut out there, but Frascalzo does well. Wins the ball back for her side. Pollicina, Frascalzo goes to the legs of Scott Nicker. And Scott Nicker takes her out. Should be a yellow card here.
Scott Nicker.
As Pollicina and Scott Nicker have a few words.
She does go into the book for it. And you mentioned that Melbourne Aku game.
2 weeks, isn't it?
It is fastly approaching. Fitzroy with a win tonight. Go within 6 points.
Yeah, and then Aku need to lose 2 more games between now and the final day of the season.
27th of July, next week, next Sunday.
Yeah, there we go.
Super Sunday.
Yeah, sorry, when I say 2 weeks, I mean 2 game weeks. Like, for my head, 2 weeks is a game because we play again on Sunday this week.
We do. We've got a double header this week.
And we have a double header next Friday night. You'll have Heidelberg and Thornbury, is it? Play next Friday night. If you want to check that one for me, Ethan. Sorry, I have forgotten off the top of my head.
No, Tony, you're all right.
Actually, I think it's Heidelberg and Aku.
Heidelberg and Western United.
Western United, so it's Thornbury and Aku.
Pollicina is trying to curl one into the far corner.
So yeah, please join us again next Friday night for another double header of the Women's Series Futsal action.
And join us on Sunday as well. We'll have your company whenever you want to come and watch futsal, wherever you are, wherever you may be.
Pollicina takes a well-deserved break, but you have Vonya in the corner here.
Sunday promises to be a very good one as well. For 1-0.
Oh, again, it nearly comes off for the Tigers. Lucky enough to do in a corner here, though. So let's see what they have in store for 1-0. What kind of movement will we see off the ball to create the space?
Frascalzo's got the front post completely unmarked. It goes there. Andriopoulos with a late challenge. Frascalzo wanted a penalty.
Nothing in it. Not enough in it for a penalty anyway. It's not enough contact. It has to be for the referees to want to give the penalty, and I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but for the referees to want to give the penalty, it has to be clear contact that causes you to fall, or clear contact to stop you having a shot. When it's a bit of a scramble, they struggle to find it and call it.
Richardson drifting our way through centre court, tried to find Galluccio. And of course, we mentioned this as a double header. We've got Sunday as well. 1-0 will need to dust themselves down. Then the early kickoff on Sunday night against Thornbury, which
that'll be a good game.
Could be huge.
Yeah, well, that could put Thornbury at bottom. Does that make Thornbury bottom if they lose?
If Thornbury lose, they would go bottom on goal difference.
Yeah. So that could be how the season ends. That's not a bad keeper run from Danila. All the Fitzroy players were forward, but she didn't have any support go with her. She only had the one player. If you're going to do it, you want your other players to go forward with you.
You want a 3-on-2 realistically, don't you? Or at least a 2-on-2.
No, you want a 3-on-2. If you're going to counter, a counter attack is not a counter attack unless you've got more numbers than the opposition. So for a goalkeeper to do it who necessarily doesn't have as good of foot skills as an outfield player, you want to have a 3-on-2 because you want to be able to play that ball and move and then run on yourself.
And you want the insurance of the spare, don't you, as
Yeah.
well? Not in a bad way, but in a way of I've got options left and right. If I can draw one, the other's wide open.
Correct.
And you get a look in.
But that's how you counter-attack. You counter-attack through the middle of the court because it allows you to play left and right. If you don't counter-attack through the middle, you can only play one way. It's easier for the defender to defend that. If they're playing down the left, if they're counter-attacking down the left side, then all the defender needs to do is hold the middle because they can't play down the line because there's nothing there.
Vonia, Frascalzo, Galluccio rolled it to the back post. Vonia wasn't there quite in the nick of time and was hit with serious pace. Fitzroy still turning the screw. They play Western United on Sunday in what is a huge game. They have to win.
Yes, they do. Western United will probably try and play spoiler to Fitzroy's season. I'm pretty sure we've got Aku. That will be an interesting game.
Worth noting as well, the last time Fitzroy played Western United, United beat them 3-0.
Yes, and they deserved to beat them 3-0. Fitzroy did not turn up to attack. They didn't make the most of their chances. They had opportunities to score early. They didn't do it. And classic Fitzroy, and I've said this a lot in my playing time there, they look great going forward, and when there's no final product, all it takes is for the other team to score one, and then you're on the back foot, then you've got to go forward even more. You've got to put more pressure going forward, and then they'll score again and again. Basically, that was the moral of that game, by the way. That was Fitzroy dominated early, didn't make the most of the opportunities. Western came back, scored an easy goal, and then Fitzroy had to go on into the attack, and they conceded another two.
Certainly a point to prove.
Action for a little while. I think she has a broken nose from memory, so she might be back. I would struggle to think that Beck wouldn't be back for one of these next couple of games.
McCaffrey.
Dances past for Scalzo there.
Andriopoulos, that's a lovely ball. Churchy's on the end of it. Mason Jones came and made a good save and stayed with it, did Fitzroy's number one. Frascalzo picked it up. Andriopoulos won it back well. Bennett now's got room to go. Galluccio stopped two of them, and now Fitzroy 2-on-2. Galluccio wanted McClure. Instead, we'll have to settle for a deep side ball.
Danny doesn't like to shoot. You always look for that back post ball. But when she does score, it's a massive celebration because it takes her about 6 weeks at a time.
Galluccio's corner, my apologies. Pollicino, that was an effortless take. Frascalzo. Hustled by Bennett. Frascalzo wanting to go beyond. She's gone the long way round. Super run, super goal. McClure cruised in, but Frascalzo sprinted, fired her way through, and then had the composure just to roll it to the back stick with the understanding McClure would be there.
And she got the foul for that as well, so a rolling foul. The referee has played a good advantage there. She beat one, goes down the line, and still manages to keep herself in. Bit Gareth Bale-esque when he ran outside the court. Well, sorry, the pitch.
Bit of Bale against Butcher about it. Bennett trying to get one back. Mason Jones.
Oh, that's in the throat. That's going to take the wind out for a moment. Yeah, keepers, when you hit that sternum, lower part of the throat. It takes you a couple of minutes to get the air back into your lungs.
Coluccio tried to spear one out to McClure. We'll now make way for Richardson. Mason Jones still just sort of rubbing that area. It was hit with some serious pace.
It's a cold night too. When you haven't faced a lot of shots, it's you get one like that just dumps off your chest. It does take it out of you. But it will take her. She'll be right probably in about 30 seconds or so. She'll probably start to get her breath back and won't hurt so much.
Scalzo's side ball, left it for Richardson to try and spear one across. Danilis is now going all on her own. She's got a yard and she had Andriopoulos with her, but Richardson in retreat made a superb challenge.
The touch was just too far in front of her. She wasn't able to get, when Richardson come across, she wasn't able to get back onto it, which is probably the thing that let her down. She did well again, good time to do the keeper run. She did burst away with the speed. Again, no one went with her though. She's doing it by herself.
Mason Jones is trying to catch her out.
It doesn't hit the wire, hit the middle. So it should be a side ball. It was very close though, but you hit anything in the roof, you hit the roof or the wire in the middle of the court, which the camera would be able to see right now shaking, that automatically becomes a side ball for the other team.
Would have been a shame if it went in. It would have chalked off what would have been a truly outrageous goal. But it's right if it hits the roof railing. It's the other team's side ball.
Oh, what a turn.
Andriopoulos, lovely turnaround McDougall. Richardson did expertly to hold, close the door and then slide in. But Andriopoulos with a sensational bit of footwork.
No one goes with them, man. Like, they just sit. Oh, you do it. You try and take it on. Go with her. Like, give her support. Like, they legitimately look good in their one-on-one battles.
Frascalzo off the post. And now Bennett with Mason Jones roaring forwards, roaring off her line to make the clearance.
Very unlucky there for Frascalzo. That one nearly rockets into the bottom corner. Hits the post and Fitzroy on the attack again now though.
Polissina. Lovely ball for Frascalzo, who just waited on Polissina to move. McDougall at the back post, tidy ball. Tried to skip away around Bennett. Richardson came over in support. Churchy wanted to stand her up. Ricochets all the way back out for McDougall. Happy to use Mason Jones. Fitzroy just looking to add another. Polissina. Not around McCaffrey.
All right, let's go a little bit off script for a moment. What is a rule, is a new person of futsal that you didn't understand that you would like to have had better understanding about?
That's a great one. I would say the time you take to bring the ball in from a side ball or a corner.
Yep.
That was the only one that really kind of got me because I played a little bit of futsal here and there, so I understood some of the basic rules, but that was one that I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. So for those that. Sorry, we've got our camera guy in the background who I can hear on the microphone. As we get a timeout here for Fitzroy. So for those that are new, we do have, when it's side ball upon it, you're allowed 4 seconds. So it's 4 seconds from when you have control of the ball. Most referees will let you place it and then start counting their 4. And it's once their fingers go to 4, they'll blow the whistle and it's a turnover to the other team. So if it's a corner, it becomes keeper's ball. If it's a side ball, it becomes a side ball for the other team.
An educational one to take us into the timeout by Tyler Lewis. When we come back, Fitzroy are in firm control of this game. Eastern 1-0, still hanging in there. Could they possibly take one for the road?
I grew up with low self-esteem. It was me and my mama, just us in the trauma. Hands up if you know what I mean. I see you, I feel you. I want you to know that you're not alone. I know what it's like not to have a home. Feel like I live in the end zone. I'm the one leading the drives. The crew riding around in a Benzo. Ready I'm in charge of my own fate. Left the excuses behind. Now I'm the illest violinist alive. I took the pain and I thrive, but look at me now.
We return from timeout. Jimmy Sufus issuing one.
Slide. Back to Polissina. did well there to defend that. Normally what you'll find is what you want the opposition team to do is split. They didn't, so didn't allow Fitzroy to get the shot to the back post, which is what they were looking for in that scenario.
That is a man who knows the Fitzroy playbook.
No, it's not a Fitzroy thing. It's just that's how that play's designed. We use it in our national team, so that's the slide. It's called the slide. There's a few variants of it, but that's the initial slide most teams use. That is not a foul. Sorry, that's not a foul. She was falling before she received any contact.
Policina in with a tidy challenge. Can't quite keep it in though.
But yeah, so Miles Downey, who's the Australian national team coach for men's and women's, he uses that play as a standard side ball. A lot of teams are starting to do it here. I've seen Western do it. We've tried it. Fitzroy do it regularly. I mean, Scott Rogan is in, and Claudia Friscalzo are in the Fitzaroos, so they have been training that play.
Policina's on the charge. And here is Friscalzo. Tried to turn it back in. McCaffrey in the way, and Friscalzo couldn't turn it in towards the top corner. But do you think, because it's something used at a national level, it is something that has now crept its way into the domestic side of our game?
Yeah. That's pretty much how it works. You'll find things that from the national team will creep into our domestic, our state level of competition.
And Fitzroy were far too good on this occasion for Eastern 1-0, in control from absolute start to finish. 1-0 got a lovely, lovely goal back. But full time in Darebin to round out tonight. It's Fitzroy 7, Eastern 1-0 1. It has been a pleasure to have you join us, Tyler. It's been a pleasure to have you back in the commentary box once again.
Yep, see you Sunday.
And we will see you on Sunday.